Hello, all you killer cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon. Hi, Jess! Welcome in. Thank you for popping in on my Twitch anniversary. I've gone full cat mode for celebrating. We are today going to be looking at some of the games that I've played over the past year, and talking about them, kind of reviewing them a little bit, and ranking them against the ranking tier list that I did last year for all of the games that I had played on Twitch so far, which was a lot, and I think I'm pretty sure it's over 30 that I've got this year, and 61 that I had played last year overall. But this year I've got, what, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that one's 30. There's 33. 33 games that I played in the last 12 months since we last did a tier list. And it's gonna be really cool to sort of compare them to the games that I had played like previously. So it's like this is a tier list that's just going to encapsulate basically my whole time on Twitch. I have limited it this year to games that I've sort of finished, so that rules out the majority of the demos that I've played, as well as anything that's still ongoing. So Kingdom Hearts is not appearing in this list because I've not yet finished it, and generally, even though I will like talk about how I'm experiencing a game while I'm experiencing it, I typically don't like to rate it before I'm done. Can't remember last year whether I did that, because I know that I had either just finished Jenny LeClue or I was nearly finished Jenny LeClue, and I rated it quite high. I don't think I would have rated it differently. Honestly, the only disappointment I had with that game that may have bumped it down at the time was that it was a cliffhanger ending, and work on the sequel there's no further news on that, so we don't know what's going on with the sequel. So we have no further information essentially. So that's the only thing that could have potentially bumped it down, but I am pretty happy with where it's placed ultimately. But yeah, we're going to be going through each one of the games that I played, talking about it, sort of like, I'll go through the strengths, the weaknesses, what I felt about the game particularly, because obviously this is all going to be my opinion. I know nothing of fact. I was not involved in any way in the creation or the output of this game. Thank you so much for banning that, I assume, bot, Jess. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about my opinions about the game, essentially. And if you've ever played any of these games, I would love to hear your opinions too. Or if you had opinions, like while watching me play the game as well. Or if you've watched somebody else play the game. Obviously, you can have any opinion you like. And I more than welcome any opinion that's different from my own. I love having people having their own opinions about things. Particularly when it sort of comes up against mine, because I'm so interested in how other people process these things, and I'm more than willing to accept that there are probably games here that were not for me. You know, I like to sort of try to cultivate my games around things that I know will resonate with me, but it doesn't always work out like that. So some of these games would probably be higher on somebody else's list because of how they resonated with that person. But this is my list. This is only my opinion. And that's all that we can hope for, is for people to understand and recognize that they're just opinions, they're just my opinion. And it's in no way objective, it's completely subjective. So yeah, feel free to disagree. I'm not saying anything is inherently correct or incorrect, but I do have very strong opinions about games. So just a preface, if you disagree with my opinions, that's fine. It doesn't mean that I am going to be unrelenting in how I feel towards it, though. A lot of people sort of will hear me talking my opinions about things and sort of think that I'm like trying to prove something, or that it's aggressive and I'm trying to convince other people. That's not the case. I just like to talk about these things, and I can get a little bit excited. And that's really just it. I just get excited. So yeah, I just, don't be offended if you disagree with me. If I do say anything offensive, you feel free to call me out, but like, I'm not really gonna tone it down, so to speak. Yeah. So let's get into it. I'll talk briefly about the games that I've ranked previously, and then we'll get on to the games of this year. So here is my tier list. I've changed it a little bit. Like I have not moved anything around, but I changed the color scheme here. So that it would sort of more accurately reflect, I feel like, the mood. So I need to mention that most of the games, the majority of the games that I play, I wish this ad would go away. The majority of the games that I play are games that I enjoy in some capacity. I have not really ever disliked any games that I've played, except for one this year, which is why I've created this category at the bottom, which is in red, that says Big F. Again, this is my personal opinion. I have a lot of reasons for why I really, really disliked this game, but we will talk about it when we get there. So these are the things that I've changed about the tier list, just basically the color scheme and adding this row. So anything that's above this big F mark, this red line here, everything D to S tier. I enjoyed. It's good stuff, basically. Like it's not obviously the stuff that's like down here is less than perfect, but I enjoyed all of these experiences. There's nothing in here that I like look back on and think I regret playing this. None. Everything I 100% enjoyed playing and would play again. Yeah. I was just looking at all the games. I'm like, is there any that I wouldn't play again? I think I would play all of these again. In fact, Cozy Grove is one that I probably should go back to because it's an ongoing game and I never technically finished that. It's sort of like a farming sim that you're supposed to check in every day, and then I forgot, I kept not doing that. So I feel like it would be a better game for like the Nintendo Switch, which I'm sure that it is on the Nintendo Switch, but I don't have it on the Nintendo Switch. But you know what I mean. It's sort of, I probably would have continued doing the daily stuff a little bit more regularly if it had been on something that I could like play in bed, play somewhere where I'm being super lazy. When I'm on the computer, it's like the intensity level is higher because like this is a setup. I have to actively come to the computer and sit down and do things here. Whereas the Switch, I can just sort of grab off the bedside table, you know? Different vibes. Alright, so I still agree with everything that I put in this list. My S and A bands are very large still because I love a lot of games, and as I said earlier, I specifically choose games that I think will resonate with me, and it has been true for a lot of the games I've played. Pentiment is at the top of my list. I still 100% agree with that. Pentiment was an amazing game. If you have, I know that Jess has played a little bit of Pentiment, and I don't think it was your vibe really, but I will say I think that everybody should give Pentiment a go. It is worth the effort if you are somebody that enjoys history or wants to learn more about history, or enjoys a point and click game, enjoys a really good narrative focused game. I think that it's the sort of game that I think personally could break that barrier of what is considered literature. Because right now games are not considered literature in the same way that a book or a movie or a film, as they like to say when they're being all pompous about it. But you know, it hasn't broken that barrier yet where people consider it as like actual literature that you should study and examine. I think Pentiment could break that barrier. I genuinely do. And I hope that it does, because it is such a good game. And I really think that it deserves to be examined. It deserves to be delved into. I keep thinking to myself, I need to replay it because I want to do different playthroughs of it to find out what happens in different playthroughs. There are certain points in the game that like are static points, but even within those static points, there can still be different outcomes. But you also sort of develop different relationships with different characters, and that allows you to learn different things about different people. Yeah, it's just, there's so much story there. It's such a dense text. So I still agree with that. Pentiment, I don't know that it will actually be bumped off. I don't think it will be bumped down. I still think that it holds firm as the top position, but we'll see how it goes. And then we have Rugrats Mystery Adventures, which is a very cute noir Rugrats game from my childhood. Again, that one is rated so highly because it still holds up as, like, I would let kids play that game. Kids would love that game. I wish that it would be re-released on Steam so that I didn't have to play it on an emulator. Because I genuinely think that there would be a market there for that. Fatty Bear, also from my childhood. Love it still. It's something that I return back to every time it's my birthday because it's Fatty Bear's birthday surprise. So it's about birthdays. And I actually discovered a couple of years back, I think, maybe it was either last year or the year before, Fatty Bear's sort of color scheme, despite what it looks like here, where it's sort of like very red, it's actually yellow and purple is the color scheme in the game. So I think that this game might have imprinted on me so much as a child that when I started my Twitch account and made the theme yellow and purple, because they're my two favorite colors, it was like, you know, I think that that's the impact that this game has had on me. Don't forget to stay hydrated, everybody. Day of the Tentacle, that's another classic game from my childhood. This is the game that I played was the remastered version. I cannot remember, because the remastered version also allowed you to go back to the classic look as well. I cannot remember whether I did that for my playthrough, but both art styles are absolutely gorgeous, and the remastered version of Day of the Tentacle is definitely one to pick up in Steam if you have the ability to. Okay, Night in the Woods. I've talked extensively about Night in the Woods in previous streams, about how much I love it, about how much it sort of has such a positive impact. The story could be improved, definitely, but it's not the big thing that drives this game is the character interactions, and the character interactions are top tier. I think that if it had like a strongest actual story, it'd probably be like, you know, up here next to Pentiment. But as is, it still ranks very highly on my list because it's the way that the characters are and the journey that the characters go through genuinely has like such deep resonance with me, particularly as it touches on like, you know, growing up, trying to become an adult, in like this current landscape that we are in, where the economy is kind of like falling apart and people are not able to really gain their independence so easily and aren't really able to do the things that they have been told are like sort of the milestones of being a real human person. As well as like, you know, just mental illness and dealing with that, and like, you know, dealing with like your friends moving away, drifting away, becoming different people. Such good work. And the game has a tremendous amount of replay value because you can either, like, you have two main friends that you can choose to spend time with, one or the other, on certain days. So there's like, you can do all Greg, or you can do all B, or you can do a combination. So like just try and like both of those sort of things get like slightly different outcomes as well. It's just this, again, it's something that I would call a dense text. It's not as dense as Pentiment, but it still has density to it. There's a lot within the characters, and the gameplay is also very interesting. There's a lot of little hidden things to find. There's some mini games as well that require it's sort of like rhythm game when you're playing the bass, and yeah, other little mini games. Would still definitely put that one exactly where it is. Night in the Woods still remains one of my favorite games, one of my top tier recommendations. Part of the reason I have this category down here, the big F category, is because of Night in the Woods. Not directly, I will say. It's not anything that the people that made Night in the Woods did, but it's related. And when we come upon the game that goes in that category, you will understand. Okay, so we got both the Alice games here. I've put Alice Madness Returns a little bit ahead of the original American McGee's Alice, just because It was sort of a longer story with more in it, and the controls were a little bit like better. The weapons choices were also a little bit more fun, whereas the controls in the original Alice game were janky. You can't really fault it too much for that though, because it's such an old game. That's just sort of the limitations of the time period as well. Both of these games, very top tier. Still forever sad that we will likely never see the third installation in the series because of EA. Yeah, never gonna be happy about that. Same with the Night in the Woods game. So like two of the people that worked on Night in the Woods we're going to started a new game indie development company, and we're going to make another game. I forget what it was called, but it had very similar vibes, and the production on that got shut down late last year, I'm pretty sure, due to the two people working on that going through various health conditions, which, like, very upsetting, but obviously, you know, people have to do what they have to do. So, like, it's upsetting, but it's understandable. The Alice, the third game, the Alice installation, it's just ridiculous bureaucratic nonsense that's holding that back. So, never gonna be happy about that. Never gonna be like, yeah, it's justified. It is not justified. EA needs to do better. EA needs to release the rights to it and let American McGee make the goddamn game. Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. That's another one from my childhood. Classic Putt Putt game. My favorite Putt Putt game. He Goes to the Moon. That's about all that happens. It's really cute. And all of the Humongous Entertainment games are available on Steam. You can get them in other places as well. They're often on Humble Bundle as like a whole bundle that you can get for a very low price. Would recommend doing that. Gone Home. Absolute classic. I think it was the second ever game I played on stream. It's a game that I had played prior to streaming as well. And one of the reasons that I played it on stream was because of how much I liked it. It's a classic walking simulator. Some would say the classic walking simulator. Essentially, you play as Katie, I think a 19-year-old young woman who comes home to find her house empty. And as she sort of goes through the rooms, because you're sort of exploring, because Katie's family moved house while she was away in Europe for like a year. So she's come home to essentially this brand new house that she knows nothing about, and nobody's home. And so she's exploring all the rooms, trying to piece together what's happening, where is everybody. And she's picking up these like letters or diary entries from her little sister. And through that, you sort of piece together the story of, you know, what's going on, where everybody is, sort of the story of what happened in the year that Katie was away. It's very, very sad story, but like happy at the same time. It's gay, very gay, and I would always recommend it. Gone Home is great. It's also like a fairly low threshold game, I think I would call it. Like it will run on most things. So yeah, it's a good game. There's a lot of like little hidden things that you can miss if you like, or that you can skip over if you're not that interested in it. But like, again, if you are interested in sort of like deeper story, there's like a lot of little hidden gems here and there. It's pretty good. Rusty Lake Roots. We all know my love for the Rusty Lake games here on this stream. They are some of my favorite games, some of my favorite just like long-running mystery franchises where it's still ongoing. They're still making games. In fact, I'm pretty sure I have one of the games on this list because I played it in the last year. Yeah, the Underground Blossom is one of the Rusty Lake games that I played this past year. Not like 2024, but in the past year, the past 12 months. Roots is my favorite. It will probably always be my favorite. Just the the examination of the dysfunctional family dynamics and the generations. There's something about generations and family trees and like genetics that like it speaks to me very strongly. Like that, it's such an interesting look at that because you've got like the generations and the sort of rebirth that happens at the end. And yeah, it's just the dysfunction and the generational trauma that passes through, and is they're attempting to resolve it as well. It's yeah. It's a tier of hierarchy. So each category, like, they're not arbitrarily put in the categories. They are in the order in which I rank them specifically. So this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, you know? Pentiment is the top tier game in my opinion. But again, we have not placed the games for this year. So things might be displaced. Not too much. They're all going to stay within their tier brackets of S, A, B, and C, and D. But they might sort of slip up or down in like the overall rating of like where they sit. So we've also got Jenny the Clue Detective Vu in the S tier. I still reckon it's a good game. I still reckon everybody should play it. It's the cliffhanger it's not super egregious. It kind of fits within the narrative of the game, but yeah, I would prefer if it hadn't had a cliffhanger, given there is no second game yet, and so far very little indication that there will ever be one. But it is still a very good game. It's very cute. It's a game that I feel like a lot of different age brackets would enjoy. Yeah, it's a good game. So this is how you see the games that you've played on a tier system. Yes, exactly. This is the games I have played. And this is the tier system that I did up last year. So I'm just going through the ones that are on the S tier in a little bit of detail. I won't do that so for the rest of them. It's just because S tier is like top tier. So I feel like I need to do a little bit of a background on what game categories fit in the S tier of games. So another S tier game is Littlewood. This is a game that I, again, played before I started streaming. This is a game that I played and 100%ed before I ever started streaming. It was actually, I think, in 2020 that I played this game, so it was only like a year before I started streaming that I played and finished Littlewood. But I had such a good time with it. I had such an experience. I was like, at the time, I was working full time, and it was like the thing that kept me alive. Littlewood is so cozy. I will say it's not necessarily for everyone. If you are the sort, it's a farming sim type game. If you're the sort of person that enjoys farming sims for the character interactions, this game probably won't be for you, because the character interactions get pretty stale pretty quickly. They don't really change, like they don't change it up very often. It's a lot of repetition. So trying to romance a character or get like top tier friend status with them can get a little bit repetitive because of, you know, the limited dialogue mechanics. But it is one of the most simple farming sims that I've ever played. The time of day works based on the energy that you have outputted. So if you've been cutting a lot of trees, you'll like use up all your energy and you'll have to go to bed. So there's not like that double time and energy mechanic that I hate in so many different games like this. It is limited. There are some things that I think are a little bit too hard, or like, you know, how easy some of the other things are, like how some of the books you get at the library are a little bit hard, and how one of the villages that you want to get into your town you need to get to 20 books in your library before he will come to your town, which usually makes him like your last villager that you ever get. That was a bit annoying. And the only other like little letdown was that there's this little really cute character that you find in the forest called Beeford, and he's a giant bee, and I would love for Beeford to live in my town, but he will not. So if one of the Littlewood developers can patch in a mod or something that allows you to get Beeford in your town, you would be my hero. You had a good time watching me play Littlewood? I should go back to that because I technically never finished my playthrough on stream still. You don't get the roll credits until you marry someone, and in that playthrough we were going to marry Lilith, I remember, the witch. In my original playthrough I married, I can't remember her name, Willow. I think her name is Willow, the like best friend character, because it's sort of, the implication is that you guys were kind of had a romance, you were in love before, you know, when you were doing your big adventuring thing that you're now not doing anymore. So like, I liked that continuation of a story. I thought that was cute. The game, is the game overall hard, would you say? Or is the mechanics of the game quite easy to move? Yeah, no, the mechanics are very easy, very good. It's more that, so to get certain books, to get, like, to essentially, like, if you're a full-on collector and you want to get all the collections, that is where it gets tricky. Because you will need to breed certain flowers and, like, you know, it's one of those games where flower breeding is, like, weird and complicated. Not as complicated as some other places, but it's still, like, all flower breeding for some reason has to be weird and complicated. And then, like, getting all of the books you need to sell certain items in certain quantities in the town square. And then people will come and, like, give you a book, essentially. And I could not get that to, like, happen organically. I had to look up a lot of this stuff, like, to figure out how to get there. So those parts were a little bit frustrating. But yeah, it's a process to things, and some of the process was not necessarily as intuitive as I feel like it could have been. But otherwise, this game is still a great game, would recommend it. It is very cozy and relaxing, and it does not have some of the high intensity that I have seen in other farming simulators, which is why I sort of rank it as one of my top tier farming simulators. And then Night of the Rabbit. This game, when I played it, I got the feeling immediately that this is a game that I have played in my childhood. I had absolutely never played this before in my life. I'm pretty sure Night of the Rabbit came out when I was an adult. But the way that it made me feel was so incredibly nostalgic, and it was just like it had been made for me specifically, like it had been tailored to be something that I would absolutely adore. And I adored it. I did want to get sort of like all of their playing cards. So when I played this game, there's like this playing card feature that you can get all of the playing cards, and then you can go around to all the little characters and play cards with them, which is really cute. Not a necessary part of the game, but something that I wanted to do, and I had to look up a walkthrough for that part. But I think the rest of it was still pretty intuitive. It was one of the easier point and clicks that I've ever played. Which is saying something, because a lot of point and clicks are really kind of weird with their logic puzzles. But yeah, no, Night of the Rabbit was great. The story was great. I highly recommend it. I really enjoyed it. I would love if they did a sequel to this game. I would be there. I would buy it at full price. That's how much I like this game. Alright. We'll just skim through some of the other categories. So in my A tier, so that was the S tier. Those are my top tier games. And I still agree with all of those. In my A tier, I have Rusty Lake Hotel, which is another Rusty Lake game. The This is the Secret of Monkey Island, which, despite the fact that it is a LucasArts game, a Lucasfilms game, I hadn't played until I was an adult, even though I had sort of this inherent love of the sort of genre, mainly because of Day of the Tentacle. Day of the Tentacle was like the key Lucasfilms game that I had played. So yep, that was a good experience. I will say that I think I spent too much time in the front part of the game and not enough time actually on Monkey Island, but anyway. Dog's Life. This is a game from my childhood. And it's a weird game. It's so weird. And it's sponsored by Pedigree, the dog food brand. It was a weird game, but it's delightful. Would highly recommend. Lily's Well is a lovely little horror game, which reminds me that there's somebody that I probably need to recommend this to. You've heard of Dog's Life? It was a PlayStation 2 game. It was great. I loved it, and I would love if they, like, remastered it, you know, for, like, a new PlayStation console, but I don't know if it actually impacted Pedigree's sales at all, so... Yeah, the game that you had to pick up different scents, exactly. It is that one. Such a creative idea as well. Like, this game actually took the mechanic of being a dog and used it in the gameplay, you know? Which I adored. And that's a game from my childhood. Lily's Well, fun little horror game. Highly recommend it. It's like a point and click horror game. A lot of different pathways. A lot of fun. The Past Within was a cute little... Yeah. The wolf shows how old you are. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm older than you, so... We're not old, Jess. We're just matured, you know? Like fine cheese, like a fine wine. Anyway, so The Past Within is another one of the Rusty Lake games. It's actually a 2-player game. You don't need an internet connection, but you do need 2 separate versions of the game. And it's essentially a puzzle game where one person, like, helps by providing information to the other person based on where they are in time. So one person is in the future, the other person is in the past, and you're communicating to each other to solve puzzles. Oof, it's a lot of fun. The only downside is that it's like the only Rusty Lake game where you have to have another person to play it with, otherwise you're not going to be able to solve the puzzles. And so it can't be played single player, which is a little bit annoying, but it's still a lot of fun. It doesn't add a huge amount to the story, it just adds like a smidge to the lore, but it's enough to like sort of put it somewhere in the category of the timeline. Chicken Police Paint It Red. We had so much fun with this game. It was a riot. I still have my issues with the ending, but overall I had such a good time with Chicken Police, and I am excited for the sequel that's going to be coming out this year at some point. We played the demo for the sequel, I think a couple months ago when there was the Next Fest. Was it a couple weeks ago? I don't even remember how long ago it was. But yeah, that was a fun time. And then we got Fran Bow, which is a cute little... It's interesting. Oh yeah, I was thinking the other way around. So Fran Bow is a cute little game about Fran, who is essentially an orphan, and her kitty, and she's trying to like rescue her kitty, and she's going through all these different areas and kind of like dimension hopping to save her kitty, Mr. Midnight. Love this game, love the little black cat. Always love something with a cat in it, you know? And there's a lot going on in this game. The same people that made Fran Bow also made Little Misfortune, which is probably why they're both in this A category. I will say Fran Bow is like the earlier game, but it is sort of more developed than Little Misfortune. There's more that you do in this game than you do in Little Misfortune. Little Misfortune had a very solid story, but Fran Bow had a lot more gameplay. Her story is interesting one. This one took me by surprise when I played it because it was such an interesting way to design a game. Essentially, you watch video snippets of an interview where you get the answer to a question, but not the question. And they are police interrogation videos. So this person is being interrogated by the police over the course of several days. So like it's several different interrogation like videos that are all spliced up. And you have to sort of use search terms to find any specific video. Because all that you can sort of search for is what she like it's essentially you're searching for the dialogue that she speaks out loud in the video, because that's the only thing you have to search for. And then once you find them, you can like rename them and like put in more terms for how you can search them. But essentially you're trying to piece together this story of like, why is she being interrogated? What did she do? Like, you know, who is she? What's her past? What's the situation here? Very interesting story, very interesting way to design a game. Also somewhat up for interpretation with the ending. There is one interpretation that I dislike because it continues to stigmatize mental illness, but you know, that is also a very popular interpretation. But there's also like the more literal interpretation, which I personally prefer because it does not stigmatize the mental illness. Cattails is a cat farming simulator. Lots of fun, very cute, pixel art, love it. Thimbleweed Park is a game that's actually made to sort of be similar to old style LucasArts games. And it's great. There's you can like turn on references if you want, or you can turn off references if you don't have the familiarity with the previous games. That was a great game. Little Misfortune was the very first game I ever played on Twitch. It's a great, cute little story about a little girl who goes, plays a game with a voice and a voice that she can hear and goes searching for her happiness, which seems to have been stolen by this fox guy, Benjamin. And it's that whole little adventure, and it's got like, similar to Frambo, it's got horror aspects to it. It's like darker than it may appear, but it's a wonderful game. She loves to throw glitter, and I relate to that. I also love to throw glitter. The White Door is an interesting installment in the Rusty Lake games. It's different to a lot of the games they'd previously done. It is not directly about the Rusty Lake in the same way that the other ones are. The other ones are sort of almost like in this high fantasy setting. Except it's not so high. It's more it's like a fantasy setting. But you know, it's over multiple historical periods. The White Door is like if you take that and made it scientific, it's very sterile. It's about a guy who's sort of in a mental institution, more or less, and sort of trying to solve puzzles in that setting. It's very sterile feeling. Everything is mostly white and like, you know, with black outlines. It's a very different way of doing it, and I had such a good time. It was such an interesting installment, such an interesting perspective as well. And it's like, how does this like relate in with the information that we know about the Rusty Lake as well? It was fascinating. I need to do at some point like a YouTube video or something talking about the Rusty Lake games, because the lore behind the Rusty Lake games is so fascinating. Cube Escape Paradox is also a Rusty Lake game. This one was good. Not my favorite. It was good. It was about a police detective going through, you know, his own Rusty Lake journey. My Time at Porsche. I enjoyed it. It's a farming simulator type game. It's more building than farming though. The only thing that I dislike about this game is that the save function is you go to sleep to save, and it makes it hard to sort of finish the game at any point, because once you save, if you go to sleep to save, you want to like go do things again because you've like left things to go, because like crafting takes a certain amount of time, so you have to wait around. So yeah, some of the time could be better utilized. The saving mechanic could be better utilized. Having sort of discrete chapters might also be nice in the story, so that you have like nice finishing points and starting points. But yeah, it was still a fun time. A Short Hike was a very cute little good game. You are play as a little bird character called Claire as you climb up a hill. And it's sort of like, you know, all the little people that you meet along the way and the different techniques you can have climbing up the hill. Upon researching my time at Porsche, you can actually slow down the game so it's not as fast in the settings. Interesting. That's good to know. Nancy Drew, Warnings at Waverley Academy. I think this is the first Nancy Drew game in the list. I haven't actually played any Nancy Drew games this year, which is a travesty. I need to get back into them. So Nancy Drew, Warnings at Waverley Academy. It's set in a school, a boarding school. It's about a person claiming to be a cat, you know, threatening to attack people. What's not to love, you know? It's hitting all my buttons. We got Pajama Sam 2, Thunder and Lightning Aren't So Frightening, and Pajama Sam 1, back to back. No need to hide when it's dark outside. Both classic, humongous entertainment children's games. Very cute, very fun. I rank 2 higher than 1 just because I prefer 2 personally. Although 1 is the classic, and if you're going to play any of the Pajama Sam games, play the first one. You know? Nancy Drew was fun to watch me play. I'm going to have to go back and play more Nancy Drew. I have many of the games. I just haven't got around to playing them, partly because there's a friend, Frankie, that I would like to play them with, but we have to try to like get our schedules to match up, and I also need to actually schedule it, you know? I need to like set a date. But yeah, the trials and tribulations of being an adult be like that. Grim Fandango. This was one that Lucid recommended to me. And I'm very grateful that he did, because this is a great game and I would highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun. I did have trouble with it. It's one of those sort of, it's like a point and click game. It's got puzzles, it's got logic that is not like, you know, necessarily aligned with realistic logic. But it's it's a lot of fun all the same. It's would play again. Daria the video game is on my tier list. It's one that we're going to place. So right now what I'm doing is going through my previous tier list, and then we've got down here all the games we played this year to put into the tier list. So it's just sort of going through and talking about all the games that I had played in the previous years. And then we're going to place these ones in the tier list. And I have like little clips, little bits to show as I'm talking about all these games. This is probably going to be a long stream. Because I didn't think that I would spend so much time going through my list. And I have a lot to say about all of these games, so we'll see how we go. Don't feel like you have to stay for all of it. Obviously, you got to do what you got to do, but this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm spending my time doing, because these games are great. But yeah, Grid Fandango, great game, would recommend. Monster Prom is an interesting one. I actually think that this game, because I've played it on and off stream, I think this game works really well if you have a friend to play it with. But it's also a lot of fun to play on its own. Essentially, your monsters, you're in your final year of high school, you're trying to get a date to Monster Prom. And it's about, like, you know, trying to win the affection of somebody else in the school. Very cute. Nancy Drew and the White Wolf of something Lake or something. I forget what the exact title is, but it's the one where she's in like a snowy cabin and there's a wolf, and there's like things are exploding. This is a lot of fun. I enjoyed this one. This is the first Nancy Drew game I played ever, and this is the first one I played on stream as well. A good game, a lot of fun, good times. I got Undertale and I got Deltarune in my A category side by side. They're both very good games. They're both top quality games. They're not necessarily my type of game. I'm not really an RPG game type of person. Which is why they're not ranked higher, because I do like both of these have very strong stories and very strong characters. but it's the format that they're in is not necessarily my cup of tea. For example, I would never do a all kill run of Undertale because I don't like turn-based fighting mechanics. I'm bad at them. And yeah, I would just not be able to get through that playthrough. Rusty Lake Paradise, another game in the Rusty Lake series. Probably my least favorite standalone game. I still really like it, obviously. It's in my A tier. But it's not my favorite. It's like one of the oldest in terms, like it's not, it is a, so this is hard to explain. The way that the games are released is not necessarily linear. So in the timeline of the Rusty Lake universe, it is like the furthest back in history, but it was not the first game released, if that makes sense. It has a lot of good lore in it. I just didn't really enjoy the gameplay and the puzzles nearly as much in this one as I had in previous ones. Speed Dating for Ghosts. This was a fun game. It's a cute little game. Some parts made me a little bit sad because ghosts just disappeared, or that demon that just vanished because he was not chill enough anymore. The interaction with the vampire as well, with the stake in her heart, I had mixed feelings about, because it felt weird and manipulative. So yeah, mixed feelings there, but I had a great time playing this all the same, and I would still recommend it. And then we've also got the Rusty Lake Cube Escape games, which used to be free games on their website until Flash died and took them along with it. Now they released all of these games on like a mobile app where you can get them on the computer as well, but they are like essentially the same software. But yeah, they're a lot of fun. Each one sort of adds to the lore. They're shorter games than the standalone games, but altogether, if you play them all together, they'd probably be longer than one of the standalone games. Would recommend, especially if you're a fan of the Rusty Lake games, particularly as you can get this for free on your mobile, I believe. So it's something that you can sort of play to get a feel for the Rusty Lake games to see if you're interested in them. Putt Putt Joins the Parade. It's another Putt Putt game from my childhood. I think this is the first ever Putt Putt game, so it's not my favorite. My favorite is Goes to the Moon. So this is my B category. The first one is Putt Putt Joins the Parade. It's just basically the introduction of Putt Putt. It's a cute game, but like, you know, it's a Putt Putt game. It's not the best Putt Putt game, but it's also not the worst Putt Putt game. This is where it is on my stream tier list. Kinseed. I haven't actually finished Kinseed, so like, but like I did get some major story elements done. This was a fun one. I think I need to come back to that. But yeah. Kinseed was weird. The tone shift in Kinseed was weird. West of Loathing, a lot of fun. Can't wait to play the sequel for that one. What Remains of Edith Finch. It was good. It was a good walking simulator. Not a big fan of how much hand-holding it did through the story. Nancy Drew, Treasure in the Royal Tower. I did play this one with Frankie. She was like sitting next to me as we played through this one. That was a lot of fun, but the mechanics, like moving through the hallways in this one, was dreadful. Sagebrush was a fun game, very sort of dark, but it was another walking simulator where you were sort of learning information and a story. Basically it's about a cult, but it's a lot of fun. Human Fall Flat, I played this a little bit with James. It was a good time. Same with Portal 2, I played this a little bit with James. It was a good time. Agatha Christie, And Then There Were None. This was the first Agatha Christie game I played. It was interesting, especially where it diverged away from the original book. Yeah, I would recommend this to anybody that likes Agatha Christie. Just for fun. Cozy Grove, a cute little farming sim. The only negative thing I have to say about it is that you can't do everything all at once. You have to space it out. Like you have to, there are like daily tasks. And that's kind of annoying. I'm not the biggest fan of that. Dr. Langskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald is a very cute little kind of walking simulator game where you get stuck in the behind the scenes of a game and have to make it work for the current player before you can step in and play. Except that's the whole game because you never actually get to step in and play it. It's very cute. It's a quick little game and I would recommend it to people. Skullgirls is, that's another game that I actually played with James. It's a cute little fighting game. I would play it if I had people to play it with. But yeah, I'm not the biggest fighting game person. Nancy Drew and the Haunted Carousel. This one I enjoyed for some, like, I enjoyed for some aspects and then didn't enjoy for other aspects. The way that it moved around, like that you clicked on the map and clicked on locations, was not a fan of. And also, like, how short it was compared to the other Nancy Drew games. It felt like very sort of like, suddenly it was done. And I wasn't expecting that. The Wanderer, Frankenstein's Creature, great little visual type game. The one bad thing I have to say about this one is that there's like an ending you can get with like a lot of flashing lights. It comes very unexpectedly. But I had a great time with this. I will say, yeah, it's a bit short but it's fun. Murder on the Orient Express, another Agatha Christie one. This one, for me, the biggest downfall was that it just took so long to be able to get any progress. But the game was still fun and the story was still fun. The Last Day of June was a sad but cute little game about somebody who misses their loved one and wants to go back to try to save them, basically. And it doesn't work, obviously. But it's also, like, there's a lot of sadness there. But it's got nice, cute little mechanics. I think other people definitely connected with it more than I did, because when I told people that I had played it, they were like, "Did you cry?" And I'm like, "No." So it's an emotional game. I just don't think it like really struck a chord with me in the same way that it did with other people. Midnight Scenes. This was cute. This was a cute little fun set. Like, this is technically a series of games, but they're all in the same game sort of package. So there's 3 little games, point and click games that sort of are supposed to be similar in resonance to like the Twilight Zone. Had a good time. The sort of differences between the games I felt like was a little bit too extreme. They're a little bit too far apart thematically for them to really be clustered together the way that they were. And the only other thing is that it's an indie game. It was a little bit too jank for me. It didn't run as smoothly as I wanted it to. And then in the D category, that used to be my final category. So this is my lowest level category. And I still enjoyed these games, but they were my least favorite until the big F. So the least favorite games previously were Secret Files Tunguska. This one was weird. I can't explain to you exactly how weird it was. You can go back and watch the VODs. It was weird. All of these games are on my YouTube channel. So if you ever want to like check out any of these, they're on my YouTube channel. This one was weird. In like the story, the pacing, everything was weird about it. It was weird. So yeah, not sure if I would recommend Secret Files Tunguska. It was weird. This is all I have to say about it. It was weird. And not like in a way that resonates with me weird. Like the Rusty Lake games are weird, but in a way that like I feel like makes sense to me. Secret Files Tunguska is weird in a way that I absolutely cannot make any sense of. Katie in Meow Meow Land is a cute little game. There's not a lot going on with it. There were some parts that were not super intuitive. It's not made for me though. It's made for younger kids. But it had a lot of very fun visuals and I enjoyed it. Assemble with Care was really cute, had a really cute story. I wish that the story had more to it personally. I would have loved to learn more about all the characters and all the people in this town. I love the art style as well. The yellow and pink art style. Mwah. Such a brilliant aesthetic. The biggest downfall to this was the way that the mechanics worked. They were just way too janky, and I just got so frustrated so many times that things were just not going the way that I wanted them to because of how bad the controls were, which is why this one like sank so far. If the controls had been perfect, it probably would have been a high B or a low A, to be perfectly honest. But the controls really dragged it down, and I'm sorry that I can't forgive a game that's like been fully released for having like that bad controls. It just frustrated me way too much. Mortician's Tale. That's how you know a game is absolutely terrible with controls. I know, right? It like ruins the other aspects of it. I'm like, I was having a fun time until the controls made me angry. Mortician's Tale is a good little look at sort of being a mortician and a mortuary. The biggest thing with this one is I did not feel like there was enough substance there. I have a friend who has told me that they like the game and they think that it's good because it starts discussion, and it did what it intended to. And I'm like, sure, like, you know, if that's what the game intended to do, that's great. But I personally would have preferred out of a game for it to have more substance than just a discussion starter. Like, if you're making a game, it shouldn't just be as an icebreaker, you know? You should want to say more things than just start a conversation. And then finally, the last game here from the last time we did this tier list was Newfound Courage. I don't actually remember a whole lot about this game. I think that the main reason that it was here is that the story was a little bit contrived and there were a lot of spelling errors. It was a very indie game from memory. But it was still a fun time. I remember having fun. I don't remember much about it, so I can't really comment too much about Newfound Courage. But yeah, next up, we're going to go through all of the games. We're going to go through them in alphabetical order. But before we do that, that's not actually in alphabetical order because these ones are all up here. We're just going to go through them in the order that they're actually in here, rather than the order that I played them in. But before we do, we have an ad break, so we'll be back in 3 minutes. Take a break, have a breather. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. I am so sorry, Jess, about cat facts. I'm not sure why it's not working. I think that possibly the website is not working. Um, I just tried to like fix it and it didn't work again. So I'll just have to verbalize a cat fact for you. Did you know that a house cat is genetically 95.6% tiger? And that is your cat fact for today. And thank you for redeeming cat facts. I'm gonna have to work on fixing that. Thank you so much for redeeming that, and now I know that it's an issue. Also, I'm on the wrong page. I'm on the cat. I looked up cat facts. This is the one that I chose. But here are some more cat facts on screen. Like, cats can run about 45 kilometers per hour, but only in short distances, and cats can jump 5 times their height. But anyway, back to the tier list. So now, wonderful cat facts. Thank you. Thank you for the toe beans. Toe beans. Also, there's this fun one. I don't know if you've seen it or redeemed it yet, Jess. This is one of my latest ones that I really, really like. Oh, I love it. I think it's wonderful. All right, so we have all of these games to get through and talk about and rate. So let's get started. Now that I've been streaming for over an hour, let's actually get into rating some of the games I played this year. It's cute and fun, thank you. So Birth is one of the games that I played this year. So Birth is a point and click game. So let me get up a video clip of Birth so that you can understand a little bit about what I'm talking about. So here is some gameplay of Birth, some of my gameplay of Birth. This is currently uploaded to my YouTube channel, so if you want to like see more of my gameplay, this is back when I was using the old PNG tuber when I didn't want to use my camera. So good old Slugcat, edited Slugcat, we love him. So yeah, this is a point and click game where you have to solve puzzles and you're sort of wandering through this town, going into various shops and apartments and areas and solving puzzles. And it's a cute time. The art style is interesting as well, with like all of the characters being like humanoid, but like also having these weird masks that sort of like give off the imitation that they're birds. And in this game, you're essentially somebody who wants a friend, doesn't have a friend, and you're trying to find all the components to build yourself a friend, a bit like a Frankenstein creature. It's relatively short. Let me just see. It took me 2 hours and 15 minutes to play this game. So yeah, it's a very short game. It is very cute. It's sort of that mixture for me of creepy and cute, which I feel like defines my whole vibe a little bit. Creepy and cute. There's a lot of sort of some stuff that you could possibly construe as body horror. A lot of very interesting art. The art is the main thing. Like, the puzzles were fun. The puzzles were not too difficult, in my opinion. So they were all reasonably easy to achieve. But yeah, there's not a huge amount of story here. It's not very story heavy. It's mostly focused on aesthetics and the puzzle solving. But it's still a very fun game. I would still say that it's a game that I recommend. And yeah, it was a good time. It again, doesn't have a whole lot of story, so I don't think I can rank it very high. But I did have a really good time playing it. I think during the stream that I played this, I also played another game called The Forest Quartet. And I think that I preferred this one to that one, but they were both good games. I think I preferred the mechanics of this one, but since there wasn't really a story to this one, like the mechanics and the aesthetics of this one, very much my vibe. They remind me a lot of the Rusty Lake games as well. So I really liked this game, the vibe, the aesthetic, but the lack of a story kind of prevented me from like really enjoying it. Yeah, a B or a C tier. That's exactly where I'm probably going to put it. So a B or a C tier for our good friend Birth over here. Now I just need to figure out where we're going to actually put it. I would say, I think it definitely belongs in the B tier. It's just figuring out, I think that I like it. I think that I like it more than Edith Finch, but not as much as West of Loathing. You know? That's probably where it sits. It sits between West of Loathing and Edith Finch in terms of the amount that I personally enjoyed it and liked it. But yeah, it's a fun game. It's a good little game. As with the majority of these games, I would recommend playing them if you can get them on special. I'm not a rich person. I would never tell you to get anything full price if you can avoid it. Basically, all of the games that are on my S tier are games that I would willingly pay full price for. So that's what it takes to get a game to S tier for me. This is a game that I really enjoyed, but it's not a game that I would have paid full price for. Alrighty, on to the next game. So, But You Seem Fine is the next game. So, But You Seem Fine was a game that I played after a different game. So this one was sort of at the end of one of my streams. And part of the reason that I started playing this one is because somebody in my stream actually recommended it to me. A game to wait on sale, exactly. The majority of these are going to be games to wait on sale. This next one though, which is But You Seem Fine, I would recommend just playing because it's free. It's free on itch.io, and it's a cute little visual novel, like what appears on screen. This is a game that I played very recently. This is a game that I played because I was playing Fall of Porcupine, which is a game about sort of the healthcare system and hospitals. Somebody recommended this to me while I was playing that, so I looked into it and I was like, this is a very short game. I'm going to play it right after I finish Fall of Porcupine, which I did. And I had a really nice time playing it. It's very short. It's not what I would call a fully fledged game, you know, it's a free little visual novel that you can play. But the way that it's a narrative game, exactly. You know me, I love narrative games. Narrative games are my jam. But the thing about this is that it so accurately provides a story. It's such an accurate depiction of what it's like to go through a really weird health crisis, essentially. So what's happening with this character is that she's sick with something, but none of the doctors can figure out what it is and can't diagnose her. And basically what's happening is she's going back and forth between like, we'll run some tests and we'll figure it out, and then they run some tests and go, it's not that, so you must be fine. And it's like, no, I'm still not fine. It's an unknown illness. And it's like the struggles of trying to get diagnosed within the system that's like full of, you know, wait times and bureaucracy and financial difficulties. All while like still trying to live your life with this it's essentially an invisible disability as well. It was such a good, accurate depiction of that, and it was actually pretty upsetting and traumatizing, like for me, somebody who has gone through some similar stuff. But yeah, it's a game that I think is great and I would highly recommend. especially because it's free and you don't have to pay anything to play this game. Just to go through the story and get that perspective of what it's like to go through the process. Especially if you're one of the people that truly believes that people don't deserve, like, you know, to access things for disabilities until they're diagnosed. This game is something that you should play to actually understand what goes on in the diagnostic process, because I feel like a lot of people that say, you know, you can't ask for that unless you've been diagnosed, truly do not understand the process of being diagnosed. Yeah, it's free. It's free on itch.io. Just play it. You don't have to pay anything. You just have to have an internet connection. And I think that you might even be able to download it. So yeah, it's good. Anyway, I'm going to figure out where I'm going to place this game. This one's a hard one for me because it is a really good game, but it's also kind of not in like a game in the same vein that a lot of these are games, you know? It's a short game, but it had such a big, good, compelling story. Oh, hang on. I got rid of the ad that wouldn't load properly. Thank God. Oh my God, that was annoying me. It's so small, it's such a short story, and there's not really like a whole lot of like, there's like choices that you make, but they don't actually impact the overall narrative that much. So it's sort of like reading a short story more than anything else. But I feel like because of how much it like impacted me and like how much it resonated with me, I feel like I need to put it in an A tier, but I'm gonna put it at the bottom of the A tier. It was either that or like high B, but I feel like it belongs here in the low A. That feels right to me because the main thing for me with games is the narrative, it is the story, so it makes sense for me to be able to rate something that is heavily story focused higher than something that is heavily mechanics focused. And I think that if they fully fledged this into a proper game that was like something that they could sell, it'd probably be up in my like high S tier. I know that there doesn't sound like there's much of a difference between a low A and a high S compared to like, you know, it being down lower. But like, do you see the games that I have here? The majority of my games are A or S tier. So like, it's actually a bigger leap than it looks. But yeah, this is the sort of game where if they made it like a fully fleshed out game, it'd sort of be like Night in the Woods. Like if they made it a game like Night in the Woods, it would be up here, you know? You know? Yeah. That's how I feel about that game. Alright, so now we have 3 games in a series, and I don't know why they're here. Because the letters start, the game is Perfect Apocalypse. So they all start with P, so I don't know how because like all the rest of this is kind of in alphabetical order. I don't know, it's a little bit messed up. It's not in perfect alphabetical order. Categories can't get completely full. They just add an extra row. So all the categories start out looking like they can only be one row. But as you add things, like they sort of like add extra space. So that's why my A category is bigger than the rest of my other categories, is because it sort of adds the space. So you can't actually like fill a row, you know? You can't fill a category. Which gives me a lot more flexibility in my rankings. Alright, so we've got Perfect Apocalypse. The first one is called Love at First Bite, I think? Is that what it's called? Love at First Bite. First spelled F-U-R, like fur. These games are cute and punny, but they're also like horror themed. Yeah, it just adds another space in the tier list. So the Perfect Apocalypse games are visual novels as well. They're fully fledged games though. I'm pretty sure I bought them as a bundle when they were on special, which was like the best time to buy them. And I did have a lot of time playing, I did have a lot of fun playing these games. So let me show you what it was like. So this is, well, this is the first game, which is Perfect Apocalypse, Love at First Bite. And basically the plot of this game is that you play as Olive, the dog, who hid in the closet while the rest of her class was massacred. And it fits that creepy and cute quality that I love in games. Also, can we talk about the pink hair? I love the pink hair. The pink hair here looks really good. It's like a bubblegum pink. Anyway. When my face actually shows up in these videos, I probably will talk about the hair color I have, because so many of these hair colors, I'm like, I wish I could go back to that. That looked so cute. All of my hair colors, I think the same thing. I'm like, that looks so cute. Can I go back to that? And then when I am a different hair color and I don't have blue hair, I'm like, oh my gosh, I miss having blue hair so much. Because like, blue is my default color. I love having blue hair, but it's always my default, and I loved last year when I experimented with a lot of really warm toned colors. So like last year, all of my hair colors were warm toned. And it was a good time. I enjoyed doing warm tone hairs. It is Fairy Floss pink. But yeah, basically the person that did this massacre is this guy here, Patches, who is a dog, who is a villain. And it's about basically surviving the apocalypse, which is surviving Patches and like trying to stop him, basically. But it's really cute and a lot of fun. I feel like it's sort of hard to separate these games because they have a cohesive story, but I am going to try to rate them separately still. So for this first one, let's just go back. Love at First Bite. I had a really fun time. It's probably going to go in the A tier, because I would replay it. And it's the sort of game, it's the sort of visual novel that you do replay to get all the different endings. I think that it probably goes here. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as the Nancy Drew game. Maybe here. Yeah, this is sort of where it aligns, because like, yeah, I think that Grim Fandango are still better, like, the Grim Fandango game is still a better game than this one. But it sort of fits, like, it's got a similar vibe to Monster Prom, honestly, with the visual novel aspect of it. So I think that these two games go together really well. The second game, which is Perfect Apocalypse, and what is the subtitle for this one? Perfect Apocalypse Purgatory Forever. So this one is set in Olive's birthday party. So she's having a birthday party with some of the characters that we're familiar with. And then zombies attack. And it's about trying to survive the zombie apocalypse this time. And I think I played the first and the second game both on the same day, so it was back to back. And it was really cute. I think that out of the three, this one was probably my least favorite though. Just because the actual gameplay elements were a little bit more frustrating comparatively. But I still had a lot of fun playing it. And the story was really cute as well. And sort of like, I liked the fact that the narrative through all three of the games does make so much sense as well. It's, yeah. It's interesting. I think that people that enjoy stories and enjoy that sort of cute but creepy vibes would really like these games. And I think that it's important to play all of them as well. And not just like, you know, one out of the set. Playing all of them sort of gives you that entire understanding of the story. So yeah, this second one, I think I am going to rank it in a similar spot, but I think that I need to rank it lower. You know what? This one's gonna go directly underneath. No. I think that Cube Escape is still preferred. Yeah, diagonal. I think that makes sense for these ones. So I still liked it. It's still a good part of the set, but out of all three of the games, it was my least favorite. For several reasons. The story didn't necessarily intrigue me, and some of the mechanics were a little bit not my favorite. And then we have Perfect Apocalypse Patch's Inferno, which is a play on Dante's Inferno, which was a lot of fun. Basically, in this one, you play as Patches from his perspective, which is a shift because the previous two games were all from Olive's perspective. And you can tell that I played this one on a separate day because my hair color is a much lighter pink. It's gone very pastel here, which also looks really cute. Oh my gosh. I love all the different hair colors. One day I'm gonna have to go full rainbow, you know? Never done that before. I think that I'd have to get a hairdresser to do it. But I think out of all three of these games, this third one was actually my favorite because you got it from Patch's perspective, the villain of it. And he's essentially like through this game, he's trying to redeem himself. So you can go, this is actually one of the few games in the series that you actually have a choice of the ending. You can choose either to redeem yourself or you can choose to go full evil and kill everyone. So I found that dichotomy really interesting, that you could play it either way. But yeah, all three of these games are great fun, and I would recommend them particularly because they are, I don't think they're overly expensive games, and the developers, it's one main person, but it's like a developer team of 2 people. And I think that we should support more like very small indie games, especially ones that are like this good. Like this is so well stylized and like well produced. I would never have guessed that only 2 people worked on this game. But yeah, no, I would recommend it. And Patch's Inferno was my favorite out of all 3 of them. So this one's going to be ranked the highest out of all 3 of them. So let's figure out where it goes on the list. I think that this one is the one that goes here. This one goes above Pajama Sam. Just because it is, so, like, in my opinion, the most fun out of the 3. But yeah, would recommend all 3. Unfortunately, you can't just play the 3rd game without fully understanding it. It won't have the same impact. You gotta play all 3. So I would recommend playing all 3. All 3 are in my A category. All 3 are great. Okay. What's next? Dropsy, the clown game. So Dropsy is interesting because I knew about Dropsy for a while. I knew of Dropsy for a very long time. When you see the video of me playing it, I have clown makeup on, so don't get too much of a jump scare. It's just clown makeup. But in this game, you play as a clown who he's not a very smart clown, and a lot of people act aggressive towards him because he's a clown that comes with a lot of baggage, a lot of stigma. He unfortunately was blamed for a circus fire that killed his mother, and he also just generally looks scary to other people. But Dropsy the clown is a clown that loves other people so much. He just wants to give hugs. And this is not very good gameplay. I'm going to skip ahead a little. He just wants to give hugs to people. He just wants to love on them. And help people. And this was a game that was on my to play list for such a long time. It's a really cute game. I'm just getting caught up in watching the game now. Anybody that's a fan of point and click games, this is probably a game that I would recommend as well, because it has such an interesting point and click aesthetic to it. There's no dialogue either, so you have to pick up everything from like context clues. The story is iffy. Oh, hello, yogurt. Hello, puppy. The story is interesting. It's a little bit hit or miss. I don't know if I resonate with all of it. Some parts are a little bit difficult to like pick up on. Most of it's pretty straightforward though. It does a very good job at explaining the story to you with no dialogue. And the aesthetics are great. I love the pixel art. I love the way that Dropsy looks. It fits into that creepy but cute sort of area that I love. And yeah, I think that it's a great game for people that love point and click games. I don't know that I would recommend it to people that aren't like big point and click fans though. I really enjoyed it. When I played it, for some reason, the things that I had heard about it made me think that it was going to be a much longer game than it was. He's dancing. But it's actually quite a short game. I think this game took me 4 hours to complete. So it's not the shortest game in the world, but it's relatively short. But it is a lot of fun, and it's great for people that like point and click games. And that are interested in the old style pixel graphics, and sort of that creepy and cute area. So where am I going to rank him? I think he's got to go in my A category because it's a game that is like sort of, it is my genre, you know? And I liked it a lot. But where will it go in my A category is the big question. I think that where it goes after Grim Fandango, but before Perfect Apocalypse. I think this is where it fits. It's a great game, and I would highly recommend it. Yeah. I think that Grim Fandango is... Oh, it's so hard because I'm like, I feel like I can't even compare these two games because they're different, but they are still both point and click games. I think I personally enjoyed Grim Fandango more than Dropsy, but Dropsy I still very much enjoyed in a, you know, it's hard. These lists are hard, y'all. I'm pretty sure I feel confident that Dropsy belongs there. You have to go shopping and make dinner. Thank you so much for hanging out, Jess. Thank you for popping in. I hope that your shopping and dinner goes well. I appreciate you. I'm gonna give you a shout out, even though I don't know that anybody else is really here. But I want to show my appreciation to you. So if anybody...
Well, the cat's out of the bag.
If anybody is not following Jess, you should be. Because Jess is wonderful. Alright. I've been talking a lot. I don't know why it didn't occur to me how much I would be talking. But I've been talking a lot and we haven't got through very many. I think we got through 3 of the game. No, we haven't. We've gotten through... We've gotten through 6 of the games out of 33. So we just have another 27 to go. 27 games to get through. Oof. Alright. Let's do it. The Almost Gone. Okay, The Almost Gone was interesting. So The Almost Gone is a game where I think you're sort of in purgatory. The story was not very sort of well fleshed out. The description of the game is essentially like you are between life and death and you're sort of trying to figure out the mysteries of your life. That's the sort of vibe it's going for, I think. I enjoyed the puzzles in this game. The aesthetic was interesting. The aesthetic was unique. The story was a little lackluster, and the minimalist aesthetics were not my favorite. I think that this game is probably going to be like maybe a B, a low B category for me. It was not, I had a good time. It was not a bad time by any means. Like I said, anything that's higher than an F is a game that I had a good time playing. It's just, this one didn't resonate with me in the way that I thought it would. You know? It was a good time. But the story did not hold me in the way that I thought it would. So yeah, that's probably where I'm going to rank that one. Is a low B. I'm gonna put it maybe a C actually. Because I feel like I probably enjoyed The Wanderer more than I enjoyed The Almost Gone. Yeah. I'm underestimating how high a B is because of how much stuff I'm putting in my A category. C. It's a C for me. It's an average. C is still good. C is still good. Alright, alright. The Bottom of the Well. This one's an interesting one, y'all. This one is... Oh, hang on. This one's sort of an Alice in Wonderland type game. It's also a bit of a visual novel. although the visuals are quite limited. Um, so it's called The Bottom of the Well. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure this game is relatively cheap, if not free. Um, but basically, you play as this character Alice, who's having this dream, and it's a dream that keeps repeating. And the majority of this game, it sort of it relies on, so you've got a certain level of character customization, and that's to sort of, it's supposed to help you to try to, survive the apocalypse, because the character of Alice is having this reoccurring dream, of the apocalypse happening, like a nuclear bomb essentially being, so like striking London, and she's telling her friend about it online, and she's going through the events that happen in the stream. And every time you die, you can replay the game to try to get a different outcome. And sometimes you need to play through a certain outcome before you can get the pieces to do a puzzle of a different outcome. Yeah, it's a very interesting game. It's a very cool concept for a game. It's very text-based, a lot of text. So if you're not a text person, if you don't like reading, this is not probably the game for you, because there's not a lot of actual visuals or action happening. It's mostly just discussion. It's mostly just text that you have to read. And there's no voice acting. So it is very much like a little bit of a text adventure more than anything else, but the visuals are still a lot of fun. Yeah, I think I had a really good time playing this. It's not a very long game. It didn't take me a huge amount of time. This one was a 4-hour playtime for me, and that was getting like basically all the endings. So like I was achievement hunting this game because it was such a short game. Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed this one. This one falls into my category of games that sort of indicates my love and minor obsession with Alice in Wonderland. And I think also exemplifies how adaptable Alice in Wonderland is. Because it took this in a direction that if I told you this is an Alice in Wonderland inspired game, you would never in a million years think it's about a nuclear apocalypse. You know? It's sort of one of the things I love so much about Alice in Wonderland is that because the actual base story is not like necessarily one that comes with its morals or any strong semblance of a narrative, you can take the pieces of that narrative, the big symbols, and put them into a different narrative, and it flows really well. It's a really good game, and I would recommend it. Alright, now I need to figure out where I'm going to rank it, because this one's a weird one. It's an interesting one. It's one that I'm not quite sure what really to do with, so I don't know. I have other visual novels, so I guess it sort of falls into that category of a visual novel. I think it probably goes here for me. I really enjoyed it. I don't think I enjoyed it as much as Speed Dating for Ghosts. Speed Dating for Ghosts was really good, but I definitely enjoyed it more than Perfect Apocalypse. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I'm happy with that. Oof. Talk, talk, talk. Okay. Next game is Daria's Inferno. Alrighty, alrighty. Got any Daria fans in chat? Daria's Inferno is a very old PC game. It's a game that took me a while to find and also get working on my computer. Because it was one of those really old games that I could get it to run, but then every time I did, it would be like, you know, insert the disc. So I had to find like a disc override for it. But it's a game for Daria fans, is what I'll say. It has some nice references to Daria. The puzzles are not overly difficult to solve. The mechanics of the sort of 2.5D slant pathways are a little bit difficult. To like navigate correctly, particularly in this part actually that's showing on the screen right now. Like getting through these like steam turrets without like dying was quite difficult because of how difficult it was to actually understand where they were in space in relation to you. It was kind of difficult, but it was still a fun game for myself as a Daria fan, but it was not necessarily like the top tier game. I enjoyed it because of my love for Daria. It had some fun references to other Daria media. The TV show, obviously. You know, references to episodes and such. But as a standalone game, it definitely doesn't hold up. I kept dying there. So yeah, I would recommend this game to Daria fans, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to people just on the basis of the game alone. So for that reason, I think I'm going to have to rank it reasonably low. Even though I love Daria and I did enjoy playing this game. It was... See, this is a thing where you could watch a episode of Six Sad World, and it would sort of relate to the area that you were in. It was kind of like a hint system, but kind of not. Yeah, it was not a terrible game. I will give it that. It's not a terrible game, but it was janky and it was not the best game. And I will say that a lot of that probably has to do with the time period it was made in, because this, I think, it would have been made in the 90s when Daria came out. So that probably has a lot to do with like the jankiness of it, is like the time period it came out in. But yeah, it it was a difficult game because of how janky it was. And as I said, it doesn't really work as a standalone game if you aren't familiar with Daria. So I think that for me, it's probably gonna go in the low C area. Because I did enjoy it as much as I did personally, but it doesn't really work as its own game. Yeah. I love Daria the show though, so if this was a show tier category and we're talking about Daria the show, Daria would be way up here in S tier. Just so you all know. Okay. Okay. Y'all, we reached it. we've reached the game. And I think that we'll probably... what we'll do here... So this game... I'm gonna try to be as zen about this as possible. This next game is The Fall of Porcupine. This game is the reason that I added this lower category to the tier list. The big F category. I have issues with this game. I'm gonna bring up a clip, so that you can watch the gameplay while I talk a bit about it. So this game is heavily done in the styling of Night in the Woods. It clearly has a lot of inspiration from Night in the Woods in its style. The mechanics of the gameplay, however, are nowhere near as refined as Night in the Woods. And the story, comparatively, the story and characters are not good. This part of the game that I'm showing you was my favorite part of the game. This is a game about the hospital and the healthcare system. So I don't know what it says that my favorite part of this game had nothing to do with hospitals or the healthcare system. This is a game, this part of the game you're going around and you are effectively repairing and restoring what are this town's version of grave markers in the forest, because this is what they do to respect their dead, is that they leave the grave markers in the forest. And that's the maximum amount of characterization that you get from the town, really, is these grave markers that they leave. And there's like a little festival that they hold as well. There was one character that I enjoyed, and it was a patient. I'm not going to tell you not to play this game. I'm not going to tell you not to play this game. I'm going to tell you that if I could go back in time, I would stop myself from playing this game. This game makes me unreasonably angry for several reasons. The first reason, primarily, is that it does a bad job with the story that it's trying to tell. It does such a bad job that I feel like it does, like the output has the opposite intent to what was, you know, meant to happen. I'm pretty sure it was meant to show the healthcare system from the doctors' perspectives, from the people that work in it, and how overworked they are, and how poorly they are treated by the public and by the administration systems within the hospital, and sort of how rough it is to be a medical professional. But that game does not get this across at all. And it also tries to add an element of a weird mystery of, like, yeah, it's it just doesn't do a good job. It's just the characters are so flat. The characters are so flatly written, and you cannot really distinguish. Like, if you were to give the lines of one character to another character, it would not feel out of place, because that's how poorly defined these characters are. They are not well defined enough that they have their own unique way of saying things or their own unique perspectives. All of the medical professionals have one perspective, and all of the lay people have another perspective, and that's basically it. all of the people that have issues with the hospital and medical system are straw men. They don't have good arguments. They are all caricatures. All of them are caricatures. I've got to not get so worked up about it. I'm trying my best to not get worked up about it. It's just, the story was so poorly constructed and the characters were barely constructed at all that it's just a travesty that they put this out and thought it was good. It was not good. This was not in a state where it should have been released to people, and the fact that there were not checks and balances in place to look at the, because this is a narrative based game. The main focus of this game is supposed to be the narrative, and the narrative is not strong. It does not hold up. And the fact that it is done in a stylized way to make it approximate Night in the Woods, which is such a fantastic game with a good story and excellent characters that are so relatable and so unique. The fact that it tries to imitate that feels like an insult. It is, and I want to give this game more of the benefit of the doubt. I want to say that it's clear that a lot of effort was put into this game, because I do know that a lot of effort was put into this game. It is an indie development team. They tried, but the way that it comes across is like it was a poor imitation of Night in the Woods, and it feels like it was tried, like it was made specifically to ride on the coattails of Night in the Woods. Like it was specifically made to con people into buying this game because they loved Night in the Woods. That's what this game feels like. It feels like a cheap cash grab. And I don't want it to. I really wanted to like this game, but I couldn't. It was not a good game. And for that reason, this game is the first and probably only game that it goes in my big F tier. I believe that this game was a failure of a game. It was not a good game. I would not personally recommend this game to anybody. If I could go back in time and prevent myself from playing it, I would. That's how I feel about this game. If you liked this game, all power to you. I love that you found enjoyment from it. But I found this game insulting. And I cannot find a good thing to say about it. And with that, unfortunately, we are going to go into an ad break. When we come back, the vibe will be much more positive. As we go into games that I will rank higher than a big F. Because all the rest of the games are games that I enjoyed playing. This was the only game that I actually had any big issues with in the past year. I think this is the only game that I've had any huge issues with in my entire time streaming. So yeah, that's The Fall of Porcupine. That's my big F. And we'll be back after about 3 minutes. Alrighty, we are back. Okay. So, next game to go onto the tier list is the Forest Quartet. So this game I played immediately after playing Birth. So this one I had sort of a title that was like From the Cradle to the Grave, because this game is about a ghost. So I had this this fun sort of like I'm playing Birth, which is about the creation of life, and then the Forest Quartet, which is about like, you know, moving on and helping your friends move on after you've died. So in this game, you play as a ghost, sort of trying to solve some puzzles in this sort of limbo place that you find yourself in. So the character that you play, the ghost, is a member of a quartet, the singer of the quartet, um, who died, and the other members of the band are finding it hard to move on from her passing. So you sort of help them to move on through like all of these sort of puzzles that you perform, to sort of chase away their demons. And each member of the quartet sort of has different quote unquote demons. So one of them is more anxious, one of them is more depressed, and one of them is more angry. So each part, like each person that you help has sort of a different like vibe to the part of the forest that they're in, and different sort of methods of helping them. It's a very cute game. I remember having some difficulty with the flying mechanics because I was never quite sure exactly where I was supposed to go, or like, you know, whether I was supposed to move up or down, whether I could go across certain areas or not. The limits were a little bit difficult to sort of pass out, particularly as like the whole atmosphere is like during the night. So it was kind of difficult to see where I was supposed to go a little bit. But it was still a fun time. I still had a good time. It was not a story that impacted me hugely emotionally. It was more of a sort of fun game for me. But I do think it was sort of like a nice game about like, you know, accepting death and being able to move on. So for that reason, I think we're probably going to put this one B tier, maybe? In a B tier, because or a C. I'm gonna say maybe a C. No, a B tier. I liked it. I didn't have very many issues with it, but it didn't personally resonate with me. So I think like a low B tier is probably where it's gonna go. I enjoyed it. I had a good time playing it. It's a game that I would recommend to certain people, but not to everyone. It's cute, and I would play it again. All right. The Cat and the Ghostly Road. This one was interesting for sure. So this is a game that I don't think it was originally in English. So I think that it had some translation errors in there. But it was a cute little game. It's a very short game. It did not take me very long. About a cat who his master, who saved his life, gets sucked into sort of this limbo area, and this cat needs to try to save him again. And it's like you got to do all these puzzles and stuff. It was alright. I thought that I would enjoy it more than I actually ended up enjoying it. I liked the art style was a lot of fun. The actual mechanics and gameplay were a little bit not so fun, in my opinion. And it did have point and click puzzle logic in a lot of ways. Where for a lot of it I was just confused about what I was supposed to do. And didn't know how to sort of progress. Eventually I'd figure it out and I'd be able to get to a new area, but then I wouldn't be sure what to do after that. So even for a short game like this, there was still a lot of help from walkthroughs, I found. So yeah, this one, it was cute, it was fun. I don't know that I would actually recommend it though, unless you're like a big cat fan, big fan of sort of what I sort of like, I guess this is like Japanese lore, not lore, Japanese culture, sort of like mysticisms. I don't know. I don't have the correct words to explain it. It's very much not a Western culture game. It's an Eastern culture game. And it was alright. Again, I had fun playing it. I thought I would have more fun playing it than I actually did. Some of the mechanics were a little bit janky, but like, it was cute. It was cute. But yeah, I don't think that I would be rushing to recommend it or play it again anytime soon. So for that reason, I am going to probably rank it in that C category. We'll put it below Daria's Inferno. Actually, I feel like it had very similar vibes to me as Katie in Wonderland, so maybe it belongs next to that one. I don't know. I think it's still a bit higher. A bit higher than Secret Files. But I did, like, I feel like I enjoyed it enough that it should be a C category. I'm struggling with this one. It's either high D or low C. Let's go high D. High D I feel like fits with how conflicted I feel about it. Alright, next one up. A Hat in Time. Oh my gosh, A Hat in Time. This one's a classic. This one's gonna go definitely in my S tier. I don't think that there's any surprise about that. So this is a game that was recommended to me by Lucid Architect. It was a game that was vaguely on my radar, but that I hadn't really put in a lot of effort to seek out. Pink hair in this one, bright pink. Yeah, see, like that level of pink I probably wouldn't go back to again personally. This particular part of the game was my favorite level. I loved this very dark, atmospheric, almost like Nightmare Before Christmas area. It was great. There's a lot of like puzzle platformy stuff here. A lot of inspiration from the Super Mario games, particularly Super Mario Sunshine. You can feel the heavy inspiration draw from that. This game was so much fun. I need to go back and, like, you know, play some more of it because I never completed it 100%. I completed the main story quest, but I never, like, 100%ed all of the levels, which, again, is another way, like, similar way that it's like the Super Mario. There are certain worlds and you can, you know, complete certain aspects of the worlds, like the levels, to get your timepieces. And then after you've collected a certain amount of timepieces, you can get to that end story portion of the game. Which is very similar to that Super Mario 64 and Super Mario Sunshine vibes. That there are separate, like, worlds. In this case, you get to the worlds through the telescope. In Super Mario 64, it was through paintings, and in Super Mario Sunshine, it was through graffiti marks, I think? Can't really remember. There was several ways, I think, in Super Mario Sunshine. Me dying because of these spiders, because I'm really not good at platforming games, but I had such a good time. I had such a fun time playing this one. It's such a good game. And I would highly recommend it to anybody, particularly if they are into those classic Mario games. And yeah, I would probably recommend this game to basically everyone that I know who's a gamer, because it's just such a gamer, you know, a gamer game. I was struggling here. I was struggling for my life. I got it. I got it in the end. But yeah, this game was great, and the character that you played, like the little hat girl, was great. The villain is the girl with the mustache. She was great. The areas that you visit, this one's great. Mafia Town is great. The bird one, which was, can't remember what Bird Studios was it? I think it's like where you're making movies and stuff. That one I wasn't as fond of, but it was still fun. And then there's like the cat station, Neko Station, I think it's called, or something like that. It's like very cat themed, but also like trains, which is like fantastic. Great stuff. And then there was also like a highlands area, like very mountainous. Those I think technically are DLCs, but they were still fantastic. There's also a really big community with this game, like a lot of people that like make mods for the game, that you can like enjoy and indulge in, that do things like change the eye color and hair color and aesthetics, as well as like adding elements to the game, weapons and stuff. And the developers really, like, you know, encourage the community for their mods and stuff. They don't like, they're not against it, they're very much for it. So yeah, the community around this game is lovely. The people that came into my stream when I was playing this game, were absolutely wonderful and lovely to have in the stream. I have no negative things to say about this game. Really, it was fantastic, and I need to go back to it. I need to revisit it. It will be a favorite forever. This guy was great. The big villain in this world. Yeah. I could just stay here forever and just rewatch my playthroughs. It makes me want to go back. Like this, watching this makes me want to go back and play it. Oh my gosh. Such a good time. Such a good time. Alright. But we need to rank it. We need to rank it. It's going in S tier. We know this much. But where is it going to go in S tier? Oh, that's the big question. Where are you going in S tier? So I think that we'll start from the top up. So I enjoy Pentiment more still than Hat in Time. But after that, it gets a bit difficult. Because I think that I enjoy A Hat in Time I think that I have to put A Hat in Time in between the Rugrats Mystery Adventure and Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise. This is really difficult. I'm struggling with this one quite a lot. I think that this is where it belongs, though. It's painful for me because I'm putting it ahead of so many of these games that, like, I feel such a deep, intimate connection with. But I also feel it with this one. It's a real struggle because a lot of these games I would not even naturally compare. Like, they're not really comparable. in a lot of ways. They are very unique. Like the value that I get out of something like a Rugrats Mystery Adventures or a Fatty Bear or a Day of the Tentacle or a Night in the Woods or an Alice game is completely different from Hat in Time. Like, they are very different game categories in my head. So it's difficult to figure out the placement of them like this. But I feel okay about this. I don't want to say I feel good about this because, again, I feel like comparing them is hard. Like, trying to figure out where they fit in a list like this is difficult because of how differently the games are. How differently I relate to the games, and how I enjoy them in different ways, and how I enjoy them in different moods as well. Like, if I had a Hat in Time mood, that's different from a Night in the Woods mood, and it's different from a Alice at Madness Returns mood. It's different from a Pentiment mood. It's different from a Rusty Lake Roots mood, you know? These are all different moods to me. But it is genuinely such a good game that that's where it belongs in my tier list. It's where it belongs. Oh, number 3 game of all time on my tier list. Number 3 is A Hat in Time. It's good. I feel good about it. I do. I feel good about it. Alright. So Heartbound. Heartbound is the next game that we're going to rank. This one's a difficult one to rank for a few reasons. The first one is that it technically is not a complete game yet. So for that reason, I don't think I can actually put it higher than a B, because I don't know where the game is going to actually end up being based on the complete story. I'm gonna largely just sort of take from the section that I've played, which I think constitutes as like the first act out of 3 main acts. I'm mostly making assumptions based on what information I have about the game from playing it. So there were like 3 main areas, and one of them was like a complete section. The second one was like half complete, I think, like very partially complete. And then the third section was basically not started. So, but those are the 3 main sections that you were able to see in the game. And based on that first part that I played, what I would consider the first act, I had a good time. I'm gonna actually bring up the gameplay. I forgot to do that. While I'm talking about it. I did like this hair. This hair that I had when I was playing this game. Also, the interesting thing about Heartbound as well, its color aesthetic. It's got the purple and the yellow as well, which like I feel like matches, like the aesthetic of Heartbound matches my aesthetic so well. So I feel like it's speaking to me personally. It's an adventure about a boy and his dog, and his dog goes missing and he has to go on an adventure to save his dog. The stuff that I've played was very good. I had a good time. Part of the reason why I kind of want to rank it higher is this music that we're currently listening to. This music that I have in the background of like basically all of my streams. It's always in my BRB music now. It's from this game. It's the soundtrack that the developers released with the game, alongside the game. And they made it freely available for like anybody to use for their online content, so long as they were not just uploading it. And they were like, we're never gonna DMCA strike you. we just, like, you know, just don't want you to steal our music, essentially. You can use it in the background of your things, so long as, you know, you are using it respectfully and not, you know, not just re-uploading it. So this music is from Heartbound, and it's good music. A lot of Heartbound is very reminiscent of Undertale, and Mother, which was an inspiration for Undertale. It's very cute pixel art game. I'm pretty sure it's made through RPG. No, not RPG Maker. Game Maker. I forget. But the developer of this game, Pirate Software, he is a streamer on Twitch as well. And his streams are very informative. He has a lot of good advice on, like, you know, developing games. He also, like, you know, does gameplay for himself on Twitch. He also runs a ferret stream because he rescues ferrets. And I feel like I officially know too much about this person. But the game is good. The parts of the game that I've played are good. It's a little bit sad. It deals with trauma. It's upsetting because the dog is gone. And it seems violent. But the parts that I've played I really enjoy, and I'm really, really hoping to be able to play more soon. If the whole game is ever released, I don't think I'll play again while it's still in this, like, you know, unfinished state. But if the game is ever fully released, I'm gonna play it again on stream, like, in its entirety. So maybe at that point the ranking will then change. So, like, this is probably the only game that I'm gonna put on a tier list in an unfinished state, and that may possibly be up to change in the future. And the reason that I've included it on the tier list is because it is a game that I paid money for. I have not included other demos and things that I, like, you know, haven't paid money for, that are, like, sort of in this, like, pre-alpha state, like, this testing phase where they haven't completed the game. But because I paid money for this game, because I paid money for it, because I completed all that was accessible to me, I feel like I am entitled to my opinion on it as it is. It was sold to me, so therefore I'm allowed to have an opinion about it, you know? I spent money on it. I wanna give my opinion. Alrighty. So, where are we placing this one? Where are we going to put him? I said that I didn't think I could put Heartbound higher than a B. So it's more of a, where am I going to put it in between these sort of games? So I definitely don't think it goes in the C or D tier. I think that it does belong in the B tier. But I did enjoy the aspects of it that I was able to play. But, and again, if it had been a complete game as it is, I'd probably be putting it high B or low A. But because it's an incomplete game, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about the other aspects of it. So the highest I feel I can go is a B, especially since, like, I know that it was still in its testing phase. I know that I bought it as an incomplete game, but I also sort of, I personally take issue with selling a game that is still incomplete. I understand the logic behind it. I don't necessarily disagree with the logic behind it. I just disagree that it should be done, that it should be a practice, you know? But I also am in this camp of, I am glad that I got to experience what I experienced with this game, and I'm glad that I was able to access it, because here's the thing, in its unfinished form, say, God forbid, they stopped developing the game. They just stopped working on it for whatever reason. Then all that we would have is the incomplete game. And if it went through a traditional process where it was only published and made available to the public when it was finished, nobody would ever get to experience it as it currently is. And as it currently is, I would still say it's a worthwhile experience. So for that reason, I think that it deserves higher than a C tier. You know? It belongs in that B tier. It's a game that I have a lot of complicated feelings about in its current state. And I'm hoping that once the game is actually fully finished, that those complicated feelings are resolved. The music is great. The game is great as so far. So if it continues in its trajectory, it will definitely be an A tier, in my opinion. It's just I have no way of knowing at this point. So it's a difficult one. It's a difficult one, but because I've paid money for it as it currently stands, I feel like I am entitled to my opinion and my ranking of it as it is, as it currently is. And as it currently is, it belongs in B tier. And I think that it belongs above Skullgirls and under Dr. Langskov, the Tiger and the Terribly Cursed Emerald, a Whirlwind Heist. That's where I'm placing it right now. It's a good game, and I would recommend it still. I just have complicated feelings. I am hoping, and the trajectory that it's going, it appears that it will be a very good game once it is fully released. I just don't know how I feel about the fact, because I go both ways. I don't necessarily like that I had to pay money for an incomplete game. But I also think that it was not an overly... it's a $10 game. It's not an overly expensive game. But they show no indications, as far as I know, that they're going to up the price once it is a fully finished game. Because for Pirate Software on his streams has talked about the reasons why it's $10, and that logic is very sound. But so I don't have any indication that it's necessarily a reduced price due to it being unfinished. But again, if for whatever reason they stopped developing the software, I will have been glad that I was able to play the game in its unfinished form. So again, I have complex feelings. That's why it's B, but it's subject to change. The only game in this category that I feel like is subject to change, the only game that I'm ranking in its unfinished form. I have complex feelings about it. Let's move into something. Okay. I get take a deep breath. Let's move into something that I do not have complex feelings about in the same way. Let's move on to something that is definitely, decisively an S tier. And that is Hypnospace Outlaw. So, Hypnospace Outlaw is a game that I played relatively recently. It's this fantastic callback to the late 1990s. It is set in 1999, exactly. I think the game starts in November of 1999, and you are essentially a glorified Reddit moderator. So there's the software in this game that is like a VR headset that people are able to use essentially the internet in their sleep. So people create these very old school web pages, like these personalized web pages that get categorized in different areas of this software, this website. And you have to go online and check that everything is kosher, everything's going well. that there's nothing illegal on these websites. So you get like these cases, like, you know, I think the first one you get is like a copyright claim case where you can you have to take down all images online of a certain character because the intellectual property owner has requested that all images of this character be taken off of unofficial license and unofficially, you know, they're because they're being publicly presented, they shouldn't be. They're not like the unlicensed, unofficial images of the character, so unlicensed images essentially. That's the first case. You gotta do that. And then this one was the next case, I believe. This was a cyberbullying case. Yeah, it's a really, oh my gosh, it does not sound like it's a fun game, you know? It doesn't sound like it's gonna be the sort of thing that would be a lot of fun, but it is. It's so much fun. It's such a unique game. It's such a excellent concept. It's tugs on your nostalgia. If you were alive during this time period and you remember the websites like they used to be like this, it gives you such a nostalgia hit. And as you go through all of these people's websites over the period of time that you're moderating them, you learn their stories and you learn about, like, you know, stuff about them. And there is like a larger story at play as well. But you can learn like sort of everybody's like intricate stories as well. It's such a good game, and I would highly recommend it to people. It's such a fun little like adventure into the past. I know that the developers are coming out with a sequel as well, which I'm so excited for. And big shout out to JD Tillinghast, who essentially introduced me to this game. I'm so glad. I am so glad that I played this game. I'm so glad that I know about this game. There's so much information as well. There's so much you can find in this game. It definitely has so much replayability. It's such a neat little time capsule as well. Again, this is a game that I think could contend and could be like a convincing aspect for gaming being considered literature because of what it's doing with the medium. But it's literature in a completely different way than Pentiment is. It's so good. It's so good. And I wish I could show it to more people. So yeah, if you are unaware of this game and you love 90s nostalgia stuff, this game would be highly recommended for you. And I'm just going to go around recommending it to people, even though I do not pitch it particularly well, because when most people hear my pitch of your, it's the late 1990s and you're a forum moderator, it doesn't really sell it. It's like, no, it's the 1990s, you know? The internet in the remember the internet in the 1990s? Don't you want to go back to... Apparently not everybody does, so, you know, it's not necessarily for everyone, but I think that it is for me. It's for me. And that's okay. Some things can just be for me. But yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. The story is really great. The gameplay is great. Oh, it's just so good. I think that this one's gotta go. This one's probably gotta go right behind Pentiment and I'm sorry, Rugrats Mystery Adventure, you're getting knocked down a peg. I feel real bad for that, but I can't think of any other place that Hypnospace Outlaw belongs. I can't say that I would put it higher than Pentiment, but it's pretty gosh darn close. These guys are like really neck and neck close to my favorite games of all time. Like, I would have a hard time if somebody asked me what is a game that if you could not play any other game forever, which game would it be? These two, which is like a terrible thought experiment. Never do that to somebody. But these two would be really difficult to choose from. And I know that Hypnospace Outlaw, the developers, are doing a sequel to. I hope that Pentiment gets like a similar sequel game. Like, not a direct sequel, but like something in a similar style. You know, I would love more games like Pentiment. More games with that much like attention to detail, that much care for like historical accuracy and like storytelling and character development and like characterization and like little plot details and variations. Oh my gosh. I want another Pentiment so bad. And I'm so excited that there may be another Hypnospace Outlaw at some point in the future as well. Alright. Next game. It's very exciting here. We're really getting down to it. We've only got 18 more to go. Oof. In Stars and Time. Okay. In Stars in Time. This is a game that I did play relatively recently. Not super recently, but relatively recently. So it's a game, it's about a time loop. You're a character that's trying to defeat a king who has frozen people in time. And you're with your adventure group, and your task is to go and stop the king and stop him from freezing people in time and essentially get life back to normal. And you've been with this adventure group for a while. That's the implication. You don't actually get to see that, but it's heavily implied, told directly basically, that you've been with this adventure group for a while. You've all gotten really close, but the character that you play, which I have forgotten his name. I've gotten their name. Sifrin. That's their name. Yeah, he's a really interesting character. He's got like this anxiety that these people that he's been spending all this time with aren't really his friend. They're not really friends. He's got this high level of social anxiety. And he's also like very autistic. Big autism vibes here. He's the most autistic character I've ever seen. So yeah, you're stuck in this time loop where even after you defeat the king, the time is still looping. And every time you die, or every time something that happens that would prevent you from moving forward in your quest, you loop back. And every time you kill the king, you loop back. And you're stuck in this loop, and you're trying to figure out how to break out of it, but none of your other friends are aware of the loop. So you're just constantly trying to find new ways to break out of the time loop. And it's a really good game. I will say I got to a point in this game when I was playing it that I got really stuck and I was not sure how to move on and stop myself from looping. Like, actually, like, progress the story. Because, like, obviously you're stuck in a time loop. You're gonna loop. And the character of Loops was the best. I loved Loops. I would cosplay as Loops if I could. It would be kind of hard, but I would totally do it. And yeah, I got to a point where I felt like I was stuck in what I was able to do to progress the story. And then like when I got super frustrated at that, I stepped away and then I came back and I was able to progress the story. Um and it felt almost as if that was kind of part of the story itself, where you got so like you were in the time loop as well, and you were getting frustrated with the time loop, and you were feeling the same sort of desperation to be able to move things forward as Sifrin was when he reaches that stage of the mental breakdown. And he does go fully off the rails, and then the game does progress because he goes fully off the rails. And I thought that aspect was great. I did not enjoy it while I was going through it because I didn't really clock it as like actually part of the gameplay, and maybe it's not. Maybe I'm just going way too meta with it. Maybe I'm just like, oh yeah, I was so frustrated with the time loop too. I couldn't progress in the game just like Sifrin couldn't progress through time. Uh, maybe I'm too meta with it, but it felt like it was such a weirdly engaging part as well, where it's like you're in it with him, you're in it with them in the time loop. Fantastic. And the story as well. The story is great. The characters are great. All of the characters are fantastically characterized. I know earlier I was complaining about a game where the characters felt really flat. This is like the complete opposite. All of the characters have such strong personalities, and you feel it immediately with them. You get an immediate sense of who each character is, and like sort of how they fit in this party, what role they sort of take up in this group. And it all makes sense. It's all very cohesive. And there's even parts where the characters talk about how they feel like they need to stay a particular way to fulfill the role that they've sort of announced for themselves. But then they've also been like, but maybe it's okay to change. Maybe it's okay to break outside of those roles. Maybe it's okay to break outside of the norms. Absolutely fantastic characterization, fantastic writing. Another aspect that I really like about these games is that they're the casual inclusion of queer characters. So, Sifrin goes by, and this is going to be a little bit of a spoiler. Not this part directly, but like what I'm going to say about the queer characters. So Sifrin goes by he, they pronouns. Bonnie goes by they, them pronouns. And I think there's another character. I think Loops also goes by they, them pronouns, although Loops also says that their pronouns are loops, which they're like, wait, that's gonna be too difficult. Just say they, them. Yeah, so like that's really cool, as well as the fact that the Mirabelle, and this is gonna be the spoilers part, Mirabelle is sort of revealed to be asexual, and that Sifrin also sort of figures out that he may be like a romantic, and my captions have stopped working. Hopefully they'll start up again. There we go. I just had to restart them. Yeah, so Mirabelle figures out that she's asexual or aromantic, or one of those two, I can't remember. Sifron also like sort of figures that he might be on that asexual aromantic spectrum. Isabu, who's the big buff fighty guy, is trans. And he's also very in love with Sifrin, who is, you know, non-binary. There's just so much gay, there's so much queerness just like baked into this. And it's so casual as well. Like, because when you get the reveal of Isabu being trans, it's not something where it's like he comes out to you as trans. He just talks about how he used to be essentially like a different person. He used to present differently as this very nerdy person with like really long plaits, and she, her pronouns. And then he went through a change. And within this universe of the game, changes like this are very normal. A lot of people go away for long periods of time to undergo changes, like physical and metaphysical. you know, mental changes, emotional changes, and they come back as a different person with like maybe different pronouns and a different name. You know, it's very common in this world, especially in this particular land, is like they worship a god that's literally called the change god. So change is a huge part of how their society works and how they sort of think and feel about the world relates to the fact that nothing is forever, nothing is static, nothing is set in stone, everything is subject to change. And so the way that they sort of go about things is that everybody should be open and willing and accepting of these sort of changes. And I love that. I love that for this game. I love how casual it is. I love how there's no like sort of overcoming of like homophobia or transphobia, or just like there's not really an aspect where any of the characters have to like overly confront it in a way that's like against societal expectations, except kind of when Mirabella's talking about like, you know, potentially being on the ace spectrum, because she's talking about how it's expected of her to go through finding a partner and getting married, because that's like part of change in the life, and that's part of like the expected norm of societal change in the change cycle. And Sifron is actually the one that basically says to her, maybe you don't have to do that, and maybe you not doing the societal norm of changing is in itself a form of change. And she's like, you're right. It's great. It's such a good interaction. But yeah, this game is great. This game is fantastic. This game I would recommend to basically anybody. The only thing that I don't like about this game is that it is, because it's like an RPG game, it has like, it's got battles. It's got these fights. And they are turn-based fights. And I hate turn-based mechanics in fights. I like the stylization of this particular game, the way it does it, where the fights are like, you've essentially got attacks that fit into the rock, paper, scissors fight style, which is really cute. I like that as a, essentially a fight style. But yeah, I don't like, this is part of the reason why I don't like RPG games, is because I don't like turn-based fighting. I generally don't like fighting games. That's like not really my cup of tea. I'm more of a point-and-click, explore, adventure, story-based narrative gamer. Walking simulators, those sort of things tend to be my favorite type of games. It's funny because Pentiment is actually a RPG technically, but Pentiment does not feel like an RPG at all. It doesn't have any fighting mechanics, and it doesn't have any real party mechanics. It's just technically an RPG. It's not. It's like, it's a departure of what an RPG is, in a different way that Undertale is a departure of what an RPG is. It's a completely different way of interpreting an RPG. But yeah, no, this game was great, and I would recommend it to people. I will say it can get frustrating, and it would largely appeal to people that are into RPGs. But for people that aren't into RPGs, the mechanics are not so like RPG heavy. They're not like super into stats and stuff. They're sort of low maintenance enough that you don't need to concern yourself too much with like, you know, editing things in the menu for like 3.5 hours before you go into a fight sort of thing. They're fairly straightforward. They're fairly simplistic. You'll get things gradually, and you'll find things like, you know, the way that things are balanced, that you find preferential to the way that you sort of interact with things. And as you go along, you also get things that are inherently better gifted to you, like, you know, a certain attack move that is like really great, or a certain defense move that is really great, and it's like, I just use that all the time now. It's reasonably straightforward. It's not the most complicated RPG game. So yeah, alrighty. We need to figure out where we're gonna place this one in the tier list. Because it is a fantastic game. I think it is probably gonna have to go up in the S tier, but I think it's a low S. Because I did enjoy this game so much, I think it's just at the bottom of my S tier. Um, but yeah, I think it still belongs in my S tier. Specifically for, like, all of the aspects I mentioned. The only reason it is low S is because of that frustrating middle part. But again, that frustrating middle part I feel like also lends itself really well to the story. So yeah, I like it. I like it. It's low S. It is my, according to this list, it's my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15. It's my 16th ranked game. I ranked this game 16th in my games of all time played on Twitch. So yeah, alright. Okay, so we have 17 games to go on this list. I spoke about In Stars and Time for a really long time just then. But we'll talk about more. But we also have a break coming up, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes. I think that my dinner is coming. So hopefully you guys don't mind if I eat a little bit while I talk about games. Hopefully that won't be too terrible an audio experience for you all. But we'll be back in about 3 minutes anyway. And we are back. And hello, Lucid. Welcome in. How you doing? I just took a break because there were ad breaks, and also to collect my food. I'm having fish and chips today because we got a very cat-themed stream because I'm rating all the games I played for last year. So I'm about halfway through. You had a really nice day. That's awesome. Tell me about it. I'm curious. Crabstick. Fish and chips is so good. So there's gonna be a little bit more munching now. So apologies to anybody that like can't handle eating sounds. But I'm gonna be eating. So I'm adding games that I played in the past year to the existing tier list. So as it stands, this is my current tier list, and it includes some of the games I played in the last year, as well as the games that I rated previously. So you'll notice that Hypnospace Outlaw was very high on my list, but did not quite knock out Pentiment. Pentiment is still my most highly rated game, so I don't think anything's ever going to knock Pentiment out of first place. Hat in Time was so hard to rank. Oh my gosh. I sat here for like a good 5 minutes talking about how I didn't feel like it was fair comparing A Hat in Time to any of the other games I had on my S tier list because it was like a completely different category of game. You know? Anyway, we are up to It Takes Two, which is a game that I played with Jump, and I'm gonna bring up some of the gameplay for that. Your flowers are growing really well. That is awesome. What kind of flowers are there? I'm interested. I like flowers. I've always been terrible at growing things. I'm not much of a gardener personally. Alright, so I played what's it called? It Takes Two. I forgot the title of the game for a second there. I played It Takes Two with Jum, who is the jam jar at the top of the screen in the video there. Because it's a two-player game. And it's about a couple who, their daughter has accidentally cursed them to be tiny little dolls to try to keep them from getting a divorce, but they really should get a divorce. And it was a really fun game. Some aspects were better than others in this game. There were like some areas that just the mechanics did not work nearly as well, but the majority of it was really fun, and I liked how it worked together. It was very cohesive. It required like really good communication. It was a good sort of like teamwork game. You have sunflowers and some others. You don't know the names. Sunflowers are like my favorite flower. Sunflowers are great. The downsides to this game are that you have to play it two-player. There is no single-player option. It has to be done two-player, which can be frustrating if you're a gamer like I am who does not have very many friends to play these sort of weird games with. Sunflowers are your favorite too? Nice! See, that's why we're friends. The unused ending is much better than the actual ending. That's right, you found that that unused ending where, like, what was it? Did they explode or did they get divorced? I can't remember now. I remember you told me about it and I was like, yes, I agree, that is a much better ending. No, it's like it was that they destroyed the Book of Love, wasn't it? Yeah, I agree. The unused ending was like better than what we got. The ending was disappointing to me. I did not like how the game ended and the build up to the ending either. It was a little bit too cliched, a little bit too cheesy. But like all of the stuff that you do to work together in like the majority of the game is a lot of fun. And it also has like potential replay value because you only get to play one perspective, so you only really get to play half the mechanics. So like you could play it again and like switch characters and like get the other half of the mechanics. And it will be like a different experience. And it is funny because like we played through this. Like I played the girl character, the woman character, who has the blue hair, and I specifically played her because she's got blue hair, and I'm like, well, blue hair is my natural color hair. Natural. It's my default hair color. And you know, Jam got the other guy because he's a guy. But as we were playing the game, we were like, our personalities actually match the other the characters the other way around much better. So maybe we should have played it the other way around. Yeah, exactly, Lisa. We were like, I identified with the guy and he identified with the girl more. They go through the tunnel of love and get combined. That's right, they get combined. See, I can see that so visually in my head to the point where I feel like I watched a video of it. I really want to try to watch a video of it. But yeah, this game was a lot of fun. And I think that part of the reason why it was a lot of fun as well is like I was playing it with Jum. And like playing games with people that you like really love, it really sort of amplifies is the wrong word. It lifts up the experience. It makes the experience better. And I've always sort of said this. Part of the reason that I started streaming is because I struggle with motivating myself, but also I love experiencing things with other people. And it's one of the key aspects of like enjoying like good literature and good art and like good media in general. I want to enjoy it with somebody else, and I want to have a discussion about it with somebody else. I do not enjoy consuming things in isolation. It's not a fun experience for me. I need to communicate my experience with somebody and have like a reflection on it. And like, you know, hear other people's perspective on it. And that's why these sort of games that are like two-player games like this, I do enjoy a lot because they innately provide that experience of enjoying something in unison, you know? They give me the thing that I need to enjoy a media inherently because it requires two people to play. But I don't like that is a limiting factor, that it has to be played by two people. It can't be enjoyed as a single player game. I'm not the biggest fan of like that sort of a limitation. But yeah, I need to figure out where I'm actually gonna place this one in the tier list. So I have not thought about where it will go. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like I had enough issues with it, enough issues with the gameplay, that I feel like it might belong in a B category. But it also, like, was fun enough that I could go low A. I think I'm probably gonna put it high B. High B. Just because I did really like it. I enjoyed playing it. Playing it with Jum was like a heightening experience for it. but enough of the mechanics were like not fun to play, and they went on for so long, they were like entire chapters of the game, that it sort of like it became a bit of a slog in places. And also the ending didn't resonate with me. I didn't really like the ending too much, so I don't think I can place it much higher than where it is. The book was also really creepy. Yeah, the book was a terrible character. The book was like aesthetically unpleasant and also just unpleasant. It's sort of like, you know, Disney movies where they have to have the comic relief side character, but sometimes they work really well and sometimes they're terrible, and this fell into that terrible comic relief side character vibe, you know? I just like the game would have been so much better if they had just made the book better. And maybe there'll be people that are like, oh no, the point is that the book is supposed to be annoying. But it's like, you can make a character annoying without making them uncanny valley as well. Like, you know, I feel like it could have been done better. It didn't need to look as bad as it was and also be annoying. Pick one. You can't get both. Unfortunately, he is a main character. Exactly. Alright. Next to the chopping block is Lake. I played Lake quite a long time ago now. It was like... Oh. When was it? When did I play this? I played this in May. So this is one of the earlier games from last year that I played. So this game you play as a postal worker who is really bad at driving. It's totally not my fault. It's totally 100% how terrible the controls are. But you've essentially taken a holiday back to your hometown, your small hometown, and you're filling in for your dad. So like, I actually really like the story for this game because the way it sets up is kind of cool. It's like it's the 90s and you're a software developer and you've just created this brand new great software that's fantastic. It's going to be like bought for like millions of dollars, going to make your company so much profit. All is going great in terms of like your work life, except maybe it's unsatisfying. And your parents go on holiday and they essentially need someone to house it, and they also need somebody to take over your dad's mail route while he's on holiday. So you agree to come and do that, and it like gives you the chance to get a holiday as well. You get to like go back to your hometown and like return to the simple, easy lifestyle. Yeah, that game that I had the pitch perfect on one line. Yeah, that's right. You remember? I remember you took a clip of that as well. And while you're here, you spend 2 weeks in this place. This game is like two weeks long. 2 weeks in-game universe. You drive around, you deliver mail, you like sort of learn about some of the old relationships that may have fallen by the wayside. You start to make new relationships. You have 2 potential romance options as well. And one of them is gay, and the other one is bisexual, we'll say. So this was like my bi dream, honestly, because like one option was like a lumberjack in the woods, and the other option was a nerd that owned a video game, like a video store. And like there are classic video like signs all over her store, like, you know, Back to the Future and stuff, but they're like all like slight quirks on the names as well. So they're like off-brand. So I think Back to the Future was like Back from the Past or something like that, which I thought was really funny. This game was a lot of fun. The driving mechanics were absolute dog shit. It's really difficult to control the vehicle. And the walking was really slow. But it's not a huge town, so it did not bother me a huge amount. You do sort of fall into the atmosphere of it, the hometown atmosphere of it, the small town, very casual, very quaint. It feels like you could just, like, you know, it's a very relaxing game, essentially, is what I'm saying. But yeah, it is fun. There's also a radio that you can like play in the game that I turned off, because it was copyrighted music that I couldn't include on stream. But that is an option, so you can listen to, like, you know, time specific, time accurate music, time accurate radio. And yeah, it's a good little quirky game. I had a fun time playing it. It was cute. Where are we going to rank it? Where are we going to rank it? Well, it's definitely not my favorite game, but it was a game that I very much enjoyed. So I think, I don't know. I feel like it can't go above West of Loathing. Because West of Loathing, I'm wondering now whether I ranked West of Loathing too low on my list, but it's been a while since I played it, so I'm gonna have to trust my ranking for that one. But I feel like it has to go below West of Loathing. But I think it goes above Sagebrush. Because I did have a fun time playing it. I don't know. I'm stuck whether or not I put it after the Nancy Drew game or before the Nancy Drew game. I don't know that I have a strong feeling, so I'm gonna put it after. After the Nancy Drew game. Alright, that's it. Lake is a solid B on my list. Excuse me while I eat some fish. Alright. The next game on the list is Mr. Potato Head Saves Veggie Valley. So this is a classic game from my childhood. It is hugely nostalgic. And I think that I had to play this one through my Windows 95 emulator. Windows 98 emulator, sorry. I don't think Windows 95 exists, does it? It's a very family-friendly, kid-friendly, point-and-click game. It's from my childhood. It's something that I used to play a lot when I was a kid. Mr. Potato Head goes with his daughter to the fair because there's a rain cloud hovering over the fair, and they've been experiencing a drought, and they need water to rain on their little potato spuds so that they can have new baby to potato spuds. So it's a little bit point and click, it's a little bit puzzle, it's a little bit doll dress up game. This section is the doll dress up game part. It's a very quick game though, very cute, very quick, very, very cute. Mr. and Mrs. Potato, their oldest daughter is called Sweet Potato, and I thought that was adorable as well. There's also like a pie eating contest that I used to love playing when I was a kid. I don't know why, it's just like a rapid click game, you just click continuously. I don't know why I was obsessed with it. But I used to love playing it when I was a kid. And this game just brings back so many happy memories, and I'm so glad that I was able to play it on stream. It was a really fun experience, and it's just another one of those games that I know that Play School is not going to do a re-release of it, but I wish that they would. I wish that they would re-release it like the Humongous Entertainment games have been released, because I think that this would be a great one for the kids to have on mobile, you know? It does, right? It's adorable! And there they are at the country fair. And there is a line in this that every time somebody says something akin to country fair, there's a character in this that stands out front of the silly house at the country fair. And when you approach her, she says, "Welcome to the country fair silly house." And every time something sounds like country fair in like real life, my brain reproduces that line. And I almost repeat it like out loud as if it's a reference that other people are gonna get. And they absolutely are not gonna get it because nobody else played this game. Nobody else knows about this game. Like, I'm sure other people did play this game, but it was not in the collective, like, you know, public consciousness. So nobody will understand the reference. But my brain doesn't always immediately know that. So it's just like, this would be a fun thing to say. Say it out loud, say it out loud. I'm like, no! This game, it just like... There's like these mini games. That mini game, that like a fishing mini game, I can hear it because like when you catch the fish, they're like, "We're triangles. We are square fish." You know, they say it in different voices, and I can hear them. What if you did and somebody said, "Dude, Mr. Potato Head, imagine." Like, this is one of those games that had such an impact on like me as a person. And I feel like nobody else has that experience verbatim the way that I do. Like, I played this game so much as a kid. And, like, the aesthetics of it, and the funny little ways that they would say things. Like, this, the pinball machine, it makes a noise that goes meow. And it's like, I can hear it just watching this. I can hear the noises that are being made, even though I'm not playing the sound on this video. Like, I know everything about this game. I don't know everything about this game, but like, I know this game so well that like, it's like that scene in I Am Legend, where he walks out and the kid is watching Shrek. And Will Smith just starts verbatim quoting Shrek as the movie is playing. I could do that with this game. That's how well I know this game. You 100% get that. A lot of games you played as a kid were like that for you. That makes, yeah. No, it's like that. There's something about games you play when you're very young that like, they impress upon you in a very specific way. And it's like, this is just a part of my core identity now. And this was one of those games for me. This is a part of my core identity. So it sort of feels unfair to rank it because how could I possibly have any sort of objective opinion about something that is a core feature of my identity? That one game that we both share is the Rugrats Detective game. That's so awesome, dude. I love that. I love that you played that one too. Because that one, yeah, I think that that's the reason why this one is so high on my list as well, is because it's a core part of my identity. Like this one, and this one, I would say are core parts of my identity that are like absolutely unshiftable. The Rugrats Mystery Adventure, Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise, and Putt Putt Goes to the Moon. Core tenets of my identity, and to some extent I'd say Day of the Tentacle and American McGee's Alice are as well, but to a lesser extent, because they were games that I played a lot as a kid but never finished. And so for me it was like finishing them that was like a huge achievement for me as well. But yeah, no, Rugrats is such a huge part of my identity in general as well. But that game in particular, it was such a good game for Rugrats. Like, whoever made that specific game, they got Rugrats. They understood Rugrats. It was such a good Rugrats. It's the only, like, really amazing Rugrats game. Yeah, I've played that game several times in my adulthood now. Like, I do not know how many times I played it as a child. Countless times. But I have now played it countless more as an adult. Alright. So I think it just has to be S tier. Because it is such a huge part of who I am. Which feels unfair. But, like, what can you do? What can you do? I'm only human. And this is my personal opinion. This list is not gonna go under peer review, so... I think that it goes above Jenny LeClue, but below Rusty Lake Roots. I feel happy with that placement. Alright. Oh no. It's another one. It's Muppets Treasure Island. This is another one. This is another one that is a cool part of who I am as a person. So, Muppets Treasure Island, the movie, I did not watch nearly as much as I played this game, which was the Muppets Treasure Island game with, what's it called? Where there are video components to it, I forget what it's called. But yeah, like there are these like, well, not all the graphics are like real graphics, but like there are these video components to it. Like these Muppets, they filmed like an actual video component of them running across the screen. FMV, yeah, full motion video, that's what it's called. And it's so good. And you have, because it's full motion video, you get the Muppets that were from it, and all of the correct voice actors are there. And also, for some reason, what's his face? The guy that played, Long John Silver. What's his name? Tim Curry. I can't believe I forgot Tim Curry's name, Jesus. Tim Curry is in this game. Like, he acted for this game. Let me see if I can find a part that he's in. I think if we go... Here, this pie making segment. When you're making pies on the ship... Oh, not quite there. But yeah, there's Tim Curry. And he's in the game. So good. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, Tim Curry's in it, as well as the guy, I forget the guy's name at the very start. This guy. Is his name Will Connolly? It's really good for FMV, right? And this was the 90s. This was the 90s. Bill Connolly. So Bill Connolly? Who's this guy? Anyway. um, Billy Connolly, yeah. The very Scottish guy. Very Scottish. Um, anyway, it's great. Muppets Treasure Island, the game, is great. Um, Muppets is such a core part of my personality as well. I grew up, specifically the version of the Muppets that I grew up on was, like, I grew up on all of them, obviously. I'm a Jim Henson obsessive, but be right back in 30 seconds. Oh, good, Lucid. The thing about the Muppets is the one media that I really grew up on was the storyteller, which is like such a weird and obscure Jim Henson production because not many people have heard of it. And it was severely underrated. I would love for more people to know about the storyteller. That shit was my jam. It was like a retelling of fairy tales essentially. And there was John Hurt, who played the storyteller, and then a Muppet dog, who was the guy that, like, you know, was listening to the story essentially. And then, like, Muppets would also be various Muppets and puppets would also be in the actual stories that they told. The trolls were Muppets, and the devils in one of the episodes were Muppets, and there was even like a lion, and it was all so good. So that's like my top tier Jim Henson Muppets puppets thing. But like classic Muppets is also like such a strong resonance. I love the Muppets, and I really hate that Disney owns them now because Disney does not know how to use them, and they've proven over and over again that they have no idea what to do with the Muppets. And like honestly, the direction that Jim Henson Company is going in these days with welcome back, Lucid. I've just been talking about Jim Henson's stuff, about how I really liked the storyteller when I was younger, and how I'm upset that Jim Henson's like the Muppets and Jim Henson Company is essentially like owned under Disney now, and that Jim Henson Company is like the direction that they're going in is not the best. Like their work on Five Nights at Freddy's was not very good. Like I know a lot of people really liked that movie. I know a lot of people were really impressed with it. It was not good. And like people were like, oh, it was puppets, not CGI in the movie. And I'm like, you shouldn't be proud that your stuff is being mistaken for CGI, and also you're lying because there was CGI overlay on the physical puppets that you produced. So like, I don't... You agree with me? The movie was terrible? Hi Johnny, how you doing? You enjoyed the games more. A lot of people like the Five Nights at Freddy's games. I've never been super into them, but I would definitely agree. The game, the Five Nights at Freddy's games far outweighs the movie. The movie was not very good. I was genuinely expecting it to be better or worse. The movie. But like it sort of sat somewhere in the middle, and it's like I don't know how to feel about this because like it's not in the so bad it's good category, but it's also not very good either. So it sort of fits in a really boring category now. And it's just a shame because it could have, if it had landed on either extreme, it would have been great. But because it went so middle of the road with it, it's just not going to have any sort of lasting effect. But anyway, I'm here to rate Muppets Treasure Island the game. So I'm probably going to put it an S tier, but it's going to be a low S. Muppets are hugely influential on me. Muppets Treasure Island, the game, was such an important part of my childhood. But And the full motion video is really good and really impressive, but the actual game on a replay doesn't necessarily hold up to the test of time very well. It's still a game that I think that people would enjoy, but only people with the context of who the Muppets are. So it's sort of a very contextual game. Alrighty. The next game on the list is Never Alone, which is a game that I actually only just played this weekend. So it is very new and fresh in my mind. You loved Elmo as a kid? I was a Grover fan. When it came to Sesame Street, I was a Grover fan. I loved Super Grover, which is so weird because I hate superheroes. I think that I just loved him as Super Grover because, like, he was not actually a very good Super Grover. He made a lot of mistakes. It was also liked Oscar the Grouch and his friend, the little worm guy. He was not Count Dracula, he was the Count. And he's not necessarily been 100% confirmed as a vampire. He just seems to be a vampire. But the Count is great. Cookie Monster is also great. I do like Cookie Monster. He's a real one, the Cookie Monster. Okay. I'm gonna show you guys a clip from, this one is Never Alone, and it's a cute little game where you play, and this game is a game that can be played, as either a two-player or a single-player game. And this is where I like that. So, like, it works, in my opinion, it would work better if you had, like, two people, because one can control the fox and the other can control the little girl. And I think that that would allow for easier controls. But you can play single player and just switch between the two as necessary. So, like, both works, which is what I think should be available for more games like this. You had a giant Big Bird plush that you were terrified of as a kid? Ooh, that sucks, my dude. I'm sorry. This is a very cute game. I had a lot of fun playing it. It's largely puzzle platforming, which I'm not very good at. I didn't do very well. There are a lot of parts that I kind of got stuck at, and to the point where the game sort of had to tell me what to do. But I do think that it would have been a much more enjoyable experience if I had, if I had known it was co-op. I would have, like, linked in James to play with me. But there is a DLC for it. And I could potentially play the DLC with James at some point. DLC does cost some extra money. So I have not bought the DLC yet, but it's something that we could potentially do in the future. Because it is a really cute game, and I think that it would be fun to play with multiple people. The fun thing about this game as well is it's also really educational. So there are these insights that you can watch that provide you more information about the, because, like, this is a real story about Native American people, Native Alaskan people. It's not like a real story, but it's a real story within their mythology, within their culture. That's what the story is based on. And you get these little extra videos that you can watch, that is like sort of about these people's experiences and like, you know, what it's like to live in this landscape, um, as this culture. Um, these bits. So it gives you insight to what it is to live here and to actually be a native to the land. Um, and it just it's they are Inuit, but they're like a specific tribe that I've forgotten the name of. You'd freeze to death. See, I feel like I could, like, if I had the correct weather gear, I reckon I'd be fine. I do pretty okay in cold weather. But I loved those little videos that like gave you that information as well. It felt so much like special features on a DVD. I love special features on a DVD. Yogurt, please. You're from California, so 40 and 50 degrees is cold to you. Oh. I mean, like, I am from Australia, so like, we don't really, it's not really, it doesn't really get overly cold where I am from. So like, I don't necessarily have a good gauge for how well I would do in the cold weather. But yeah, that one is, that's Never Alone, which was a really cute game, very educational. I think it belongs in A. It's an A tier game for me. It did not necessarily change me as a person, but it was a game that I really enjoyed. The only downside I would say is like playing as a single player, the mechanics in the second half of the game do get really significantly more janky compared to the first half. I think that I'm gonna put it here. So it's like a middle of the road A, but on the higher end still. So like a lot of these games here, like everything in the S category, are games that I feel like changed me as a person. And some of these games in the A category like had a strong impact on me as well. And then as you get sort of further down, it's sort of like games that like I really enjoyed. And then like these are sort of games that I enjoyed but not as strongly, and as you go down, and then you get to the big F item, which is Fall of Porcupine, which I need to prevent myself from going on another rant on the Fall of Porcupine, but I cannot recommend that game. It's a terrible game. I actually had to create this category on the tier list just for this game. But yeah. Basically everything on my tier list is games that I have enjoyed, except for this end category. And it's just for the Fall of Porcupine. I really didn't like the game. And I have several reasons, but I'm not going to go into them again. Let's talk about Paperture. Paperture is a really cute game. It's a point and click puzzle solving game. And it's a very aesthetic environment. It's all like paper based. I'm pretty sure that there are like behind the scenes videos of like people actually making some of these sets out of paper to like impose, like to figure out what they would look like so that they can actually create them in the game. It's a very cute aesthetic game. You basically are trying to prevent this bad guy from burning up your home because everything's made out of paper, and because he starts burning things up, you know, it's not great. So you're on a mission to stop him, and you have a little like friend that sort of helps you along. And the friend is sort of like a little black cat, kind of. It's like a paper cat. It's really cute. So this game, again, it's not necessarily one that you would rank Tunguska as an S because it changed you as a person. Listen. I'm not saying it didn't change me as a person, but I'm not. But what I am saying is that it didn't change me in a positive way as a person. It was weird. That's all I can say about Tunguska. It was weird. But yeah, this game, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it to everyone, Paper, but for people that like very high aesthetic value in their games, and they rank like, you know, a unique aesthetic as a very high reason to like buy a game or play a game, this one is like such a unique aesthetic. You will never find something that looks like this in another game. There was a life before Tunguska, and then there's now. There certainly is. Yeah, so this one, it's got a very cute, simple story. There's nothing that's too extreme that goes on here. It's very cute. But, but yeah, it's not like, it's not an overly deep game. It doesn't have a huge amount of narrative. It's a very short game as well. It took me, 1.5 hours to complete. I think it'd be a really good game for, like, young children as well. Even though it's not explicitly made for young children, I think that it would still work for them. Like, the aesthetic works for, like, you know, that sort of age bracket, as well as the simplicity and the gameplay. And the themes are not too mature. It doesn't do anything, like, super scandalous. It's a lot of fun. But it's not necessarily, like, a groundbreaking game. It is a game that I would happily play again, though. And happily watch other people play. So, I think this game probably goes in my B category, I think. I think that it goes after Heartbound, but before Skullgirls. The story was cute, the aesthetic is great. The gameplay was not overly difficult and not overly tedious. Yeah. It was a good time. It wasn't like anything overly spectacular, but it was a really good time. The art is really nice. I would recommend it. Again, the most you're gonna really get out of the game is probably related to its visual aesthetic. It doesn't have like an overly engaging story or plot or characters, but the aesthetic is like so good that like it's sort of almost like it's just a proof of concept for the different things you can do with gaming that, like, you know, other people aren't really doing. So I like that about Paper. Alright, now we have Sally Face. Sally Face. Who remembers me playing Sally Face? Do I remember me playing Sally Face? Oh. Let's press play on a video for it to buffer. That's a fun time. Sally Face was one of those games that I like put off playing. I don't know why, but I put off playing it for ages. It was a game that I knew about. It was a game that I knew that I probably would enjoy. It was a game that I had seen other people play like the very first section of, that very first chapter. Um so like it was a game that I knew, but I had never experienced it for myself, you know? I had never played through the whole story. And I don't know why it took me as long as it did for like to come back to it, to come around and to play it. I did enjoy it. Um the ending is conflicting to me. The characters are really good. The gameplay elements are also really good in this game. And I think that the pacing is pretty good as well. But the actual content of the story, um, the stuff about the cult and stuff was interesting. I didn't really like how it ended, how it was so hopeless, you know? And I don't mind a downer ending, but it was specifically how hopeless the story was, that it was like such a downer. And it was sad. But it also felt like so deeply unfair, you know? And maybe that's what it was trying to do. Maybe it was just trying to get across that feeling of how unfair is this, how unfair is life. Um, and I think it's definitely coming from like people that have experienced trauma and like low socioeconomic backgrounds, things like that. That those are the elements that it's sort of playing with. Um, so yeah, I have mixed feelings about this game. Overall, I do think I have a positive association with this game though, so for that reason, I think that I'm gonna put it low A. I'm gonna put it here. It was a game that I really enjoyed, but I'm a little bit conflicted about it at the same time. It was a good time. All right, we have what is this? 10 left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We have 10 games left to rate. But before we do that, we're gonna have to go on an ad break. And during this ad break, I'm gonna try to eat more of this dinner before it gets completely cold. So if you need to take a break, do so. Get up, stretch your legs if you need to. Get water, get some snacks. Do whatever you need to do. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Maybe more. Alrighty, we are back again. Tell a friend. Alright. Oh, I ate all my food. Finished dinner. So we are just full on tier list now for the next 10 items. Let's see whether we can get it done in the next hour. Every time I do this, like the last time I did this, I was like, oh, I have some other tier lists lined up for, like, you know, when I'm done. I always assume it's not going to take as long as it does, but I just have so many feelings about games, you know? I just, you know? Thank you, Lisa. I just, like, we had 36 games to rank this time round. And we're down to 10, and it's been 4 hours. I've done 26 games in the last 4 hours. To be fair, it is the last 3 hours, because that very first hour I was just going through... I was just running through the games that I had already ranked, and sort of, like, explaining them a little bit. So, why they were the places that they were. So technically it's only been 3 hours of ranking this particular lot of games over the past year. You know? Anyway, Children of Silent Town. I remember having very, very mixed feelings about this game. So this game is an interesting one. I liked the premise of this game a lot. Oh, my bad. Clicked on the wrong thing. My nose is running. I liked the premise of this game a lot, and I enjoyed the first half of this game quite a lot. And then the second half was... So it wasn't really the second half. The last section. So, like, let's divide this game into threes. I think that I played 2 streams of it, but I think that it can be, like, divided into 3 acts. So you've got the opening act, the middle act, which, like, instigates the conflict, and then the final act, which is largely in the forest. And that middle act, I don't know, I can't remember why, but I really remember disliking it and having such a bad time with it. And I don't know whether it was the gameplay or whether it was the story. I can't recall, but I do recall that I was having a great time, And then for whatever reason, that second part, like, you know, it just made me so annoyed. And then like the final part in the forest, that was alright. Um, I remember like liking the aesthetics there, and the sort of change of scenery was fun. Um, but I do feel like the pacing probably was not very good. The pacing of it could have been improved. Probably like making the game shorter, maybe. Um, I don't know. I do still think that this is a game that's fun and worth playing. Um, I did struggle in the middle section though. Um, Not in the same. I don't think it was in like the same way that I struggled with in Stars in Time, where it's just sort of like, what do I need to be doing? I think it was more of a just like I was getting really fed up with like everything, and like the way that the gameplay wasn't making sense. I think. I don't know. I think that I wasn't enjoying something about it. And it's been so long. It's been such a long time that I do not specifically remember what I wasn't enjoying about it. So, all I remember is that I had very strong feelings that I didn't enjoy the second act out of the 3 acts. I do know for a fact that like there are multiple endings to the story as well. And depending on what ending you pick, not that you pick, but depending on like where you go with the story, um yeah, I'm watching myself do this puzzle and I don't know, like I know that I finished this puzzle, I just don't remember how I did it. um yeah, there are 2 potential endings to this game. um is it 3? I think there's 2 or 3 potential endings. um and the sort of things that you do along the way impact what kind of ending you have. I don't necessarily think all the endings like resonate particularly well. There's like one true ending, I guess, but like, you know, the game isn't necessarily explicit about the fact that there are multiple endings. So the only reason I know that there are multiple endings is because I looked it up afterwards. You know how sometimes there are games that are like, you know, your actions will have consequences. This game didn't really do that. This game didn't like acknowledge that there was any diverging pathways at any point. So, you know, I feel like this game, um, because I had such weird mixed feelings about it, I probably want to put it in a B or a C. I'm probably gonna put it in a high C situation because it does have a lot of good qualities about it, but like there were also a lot of frustrating qualities, so it really hindered my enjoyment of it. Still very enjoyable, but it really hindered it. I would still definitely recommend it. I'd say, you know, if you do find yourself getting frustrated, look up a walkthrough. Don't just sit there and bang your head against the wall. That's my advice. That's what I would advise myself in the past. But like, you know, I would still definitely recommend it. Particularly if you like, you know, point and click games, you like puzzle games, if you like narrative based games, it's a good one. All right, we're down to 9. Spiritfarer. Okay, so Spiritfarer is definitely going to be an S tier. This game is definitely a game that changed my life for the better. It's fantastic. It's about hello? Thank you. It's about Stella, who is helping ferry people from like their death to the afterlife. You're essentially like the ferryman. You're a spiritfarer. And you get to learn the stories of these spirits and help sort of help them find peace. And Daffodil is adorable. Um, it's so cute. uh, Daffodil's my favorite. Um, yeah, so you can you get to like upgrade your ship, and you get to learn all these different things about the spirits, and it's like a little bit of a exploration game, a little bit of a story-based narrative, and a little bit of a farming simulator. All of these aspects are like combined into this game, and they do all of them really well. I had such a good time with this game. I will say the beginning parts of the game, the earlier spirits, are much nicer and much more enjoyable, and the story is overall much more enjoyable at the beginning compared to the end. So like, you know, in the first half, Gwen was an amazing spirit. Like basically all the first spirits you get to meet, absolutely amazing people. You've got Gwen, you've got what's his name? Our Uncle Atul, who's the amazing frog guy. And then you also get Alice, and you get Summer, the snake. Alice is fantastic. She's a little hedgehog who brings a sheep along. All of those characters are fantastic. And then you start to meet some less than pleasant spirits. Some of them are fine. I'd say Astrid is pretty okay. But then, like, you know, you've got characters like Giovanni, who is uncomfortable in a lot of ways. And you've also got what are the names? The hummingbird and the big bull. I forget what their names are, but they're sort of like gangster guys, and they're not really that pleasant. And then you've got the character that I've forgotten the name of again. That's like a teacher dog lady who is also very unpleasant. Jackie teeters on that line of like pleasant and unpleasant. He's not great. But also, like, depending on where you are in the story, because like a lot of these spirits have a very linear path line, but one of them you can sort of pick up at any point randomly, if you do like the correct series of events, where Stanley is my absolute favorite. He is the one that you can pick up randomly anywhere. Not anywhere, but like just randomly, if you do the correct series of events. He's a little mushroom dude. He's so cute. He's so sweet. He's tiny. So that one's not necessarily an early game one, but it could be an early game one. And I'd say that the only late game characters that I enjoy are Buck, who, like, out of all the spirits, his name does not match his character. He's like a fun he's a fun guy who loves to play D&D. And he's like a teenager. And Buck absolutely does not fit his personality at all. It's such a poor naming of Buck, unfortunately. And then there's also Daria, who is a troubled bat, who you essentially break out of a hospital and help her pass over, and she's great. Daria was also one of my favorites, but the fact that the end game is so like overloaded with all these unpleasant spirits does make it a little bit harder towards the end to find enjoyment in the game, as well as the fact that it does get more grindy towards the end once you've like unlocked all the areas. You're just trying to like, you know, find all the things so that you can like, you know, upgrade the maximum amount and put everything in the museum, get all the recipes. You're just trying to achievement hunt at that point. And you can technically get endgame before you've passed over all of the spirits. And maybe my trouble was that I felt the need to pass over every spirit and make everybody happy before I allowed the game to end. Maybe that's the lesson I needed to learn in this game. That I don't need to actually make everyone happy before I, you know, pass on myself and make myself happy. but it's a very sweet game. It took me a while. This was the game that I played over the New Year. And there's always like, the year before this it was Pentiment, and this year it was Spiritfarer, and they are both games that were deeply effective, like deeply affecting to me. Fantastic games. Spiritfarer is got such a wonderful art style as well. Such an iconic game. Would definitely rate it highly. I don't think that it's going to be as high as Pentiment, just because there are some negatives, but it's definitely in the S tier. So let's figure out where we're going to put it. Alrighty, let's bring you up to the S tier. See, this is hard. The S tier is really hard for me because it includes so many games that are so personal, and it's hard to do a comparison against them. But I think if I'm going to put it anywhere, it has to go here. After the Alice games, but before the Putt-Putt game. It's sort of almost like it's a nice transition, because it's got elements of like more mature themes while still being like very sort of childlike aesthetics. So it's almost like it's bridging that gap for me. It's creepy but cute, you know? Just creepy but cute. It's who I am. Spiritfarer, like, yeah, it's great. It's so hard. All of these are so hard to compare against each other. Alright. Spiritfarer. Highly recommend. Go play. Go play Spiritfarer. Alright. Strange Horticulture. This is a game that I played very recently. It was not my most recent game, but my second most recent game. So I played it like, what, 2 weeks ago now? I think. It's still on Twitch. I have not converted this one over to YouTube yet. So this one was a lot of fun. I had such a great time with this one. You categorize plants, and you like get to fulfill people's orders. It is also like a bit of a choose your own adventure. You can like, there are certain parts where somebody asks you for something, and like something to help with something. I think this one, yeah, this one you get to choose which sort of like help you want to provide. Yeah, so you get to choose between two plants here, and they will have different effects on the individual, and therefore the ultimate plot will have a different outcome depending on what you give this person in this particular choice. So I chose to give her something that would help her to sleep. And all of the characters that you come across have like these profiles about them as well that you can read and check out. And they're all part of a greater narrative of like, this beast has somehow been let loose and let out, and the town is now trying to find a way to stop it. And you're part of that conspiracy. Not that release the beast, but to help like the beast be contained, essentially. So you're working with several different types of people to like try to contain the beast, to try to stop the terrible things from happening. And there are multiple ways you can go about it, and there are also little like daily activities in the game of like, you know, places where you can find plants. And then right at the end of the game, if you haven't like sort of correctly categorized all the plants yet, like if you haven't had the opportunity to, because the way that you sort of confirm that you know what a plant is that you essentially gift it to a customer, you offer it to a customer. And if you didn't get that with all your plants, at the very end of the game, after the credits, your friend comes to the store and is like, okay, let's create a book. We're writing a book about like all of these plants that you found. Uh, so you get to actually like confirm your categorizations with her. And I thought that that aspect was really great. I enjoyed that aspect so much. So I was very grateful for that. It was a great game. I highly enjoyed it. Uh, I would definitely play it again to see what different outcomes I would get. I would definitely recommend other people play it. It's a lot of fun. This one's probably going to go in an A bracket for me. A bracket. I think it goes here for me. Nope, other way. Just above Little Misfortune and just below Thimbleweed Park. That feels like a good place for it. It's sort of like a mid to high A. It's very good game. Would recommend. All right, Stray. Stray is the next game, the cat game. The cat is playing the cat game. Oh, come on. Come on. There we go. I have mixed feelings about this game. I think that the hype around Stray, I think that Stray is overhyped. As a cat yourself, is this game accurate? It depends what you mean by accurate, because for the most part, I would say that this game does not it does not well utilize the fact that you are playing as a cat. Because, like, as a cat, the most that you sort of do that is cat-like is jump to high places, which is something that a game can do without a cat, you know? Game protagonists often jump higher than a natural person would anyway. And also get into smaller places, which could also be achieved in a different method. So there's nothing that is overly cat specific about the game, which is something that really bothered me, is that for a game that's so directly focused on, like, and that marketed itself as so directly focused on, like, playing as a cat, and everybody was so hyped because you got to play as a cat, there wasn't that much playing as a cat, you know? It wasn't cat enough for me. I also really disliked that every time you approached a counter that you could jump on, it would, like, show... It would pop up with that, like, you know, press A to jump thing. I disliked that it was always, like, trying to indicate where I could jump onto with that, like, little A button that pops up. And I'm like, that, it gets in the way of the environment so much. I would just like to experiment and jump around, and I don't want to be told where I can and can't jump by, like, the metagame. You know? I feel like it could have been done better. There's also, like, the fact that the game was split into, like, essentially 2 sections. Cats are usually up and about, they run around and around. They do. Like, it is, aesthetically, it's a very nice aesthetic. I like the game aesthetically. Nothing wrong with the graphics. I didn't particularly like the story personally. I didn't relate to it. I found, I thought that the twist was going to be, like, because, like, there was a twist where and spoilers, the little robot that's in your backpack used to be a human, and he forgot about it, and then he remembered halfway through the game. That wasn't a big reveal. I knew that that was coming. It was just so obviously hinted at. But I thought that the other, like, there was going to be another big reveal that the robots were also all humans that had forgotten that they had been human previously, and that they just sort of, like, you know, their souls sort of, like, you know, got fused with the robots at some point. But that was not a reveal at all. It was just like, you know, the AI that had evolved. Like, robots and artificial intelligence have naturally evolved in the absence of humans. And I was not the biggest fan of that storyline. Granted, I was playing this game later. Like, I think that I was like, what, a year, 2 years late to this game? And part of the reason that I was so late to this game is because of the price point. I think that this game is overpriced for what it is. But there was so much hype around it that it was never going on special either. So yeah, I thought that that was going to be the big reveal, that the robots used to be humans, but that was not true. And that was kind of disappointing to me, to be perfectly honest. And the fact that there was like such a severe sort of like cut between the first half of the story and the second half, there was such a severe tonal shift. And the first half did feel much more developed and refined than the second half. Like, this first half that I'm playing here, it's a lot of exploration, there's a lot of like free roam, you gotta figure some things out, whereas the second part of the game is largely linear, and like, this part you're in right now is supposed to be like a slums, essentially. And then you're supposed to be in a, like, later on in the game, you're supposed to have like come to this big robot city, and it's smaller than this area. It's a big robot city that's smaller than the slums. And I'm like, well, that's ridiculous. you did a bad job here. Yeah. And I just wasn't overly moved by, like, because like the cat essentially is just, unfortunately, a mechanism which the little robot on its back moves around in. Like, the cat doesn't seem to have its own motivation or personality. It's just the vessel in which the robot uses to move around. It could have been a dog, and it would have worked just as well. It could have been any animal, and it probably would have been fine. It's just, I think Stray is overhyped. I think that they didn't do the best job that they could have done. It wasn't a good cat game. Also, hi Kitty Blooms, welcome in. Thank you for coming in. How'd you find us? I am currently celebrating my Twitch anniversary. I've been on Twitch for 3 years, streaming in my very small community, and I'm just talking about the games that I've played over the past year and ranking them. You found my stream from the queer tag. Oh, thank you. You're a trans girl and also a lesbian. That's awesome. I appreciate you letting me know that. That's awesome. I am also queer. I am non-binary bisexual. And I use any pronouns. Thank you. I am a cat. Thank you. Yes, today I'm a cat. Most days when I stream, I'm also a cat. The world seems to be really bright in game. Cats are only visible at night. Thank you for the follow, Kitty Blooms. I appreciate it. Listen, I love that you keep quoting Mr. Slink's lyrics. I appreciate that. I feel like that's like very much just like an inside joke to our very small community here. I will say, Stray as a game, it's not a terrible game. But it was way overhyped, way too overhyped, and not what I wanted out of it, not what I was expecting out of it for what was considered the cat game of the year, you know? Do I like trans girls? I don't not like trans girls, you know? It's like, I wouldn't say that I like trans girls any more or less than I like cis girls. They're both girls. It really, for me, it's very dependent on the person. But I'm not currently looking. Um, so not that I don't like to look. I'm just not currently looking. You know? You've listened to that song so many times. It's such a good song. It's one of my favorite songs by the Nymphs. A really good song. If you don't know the Nymphs, you should look them up. They have good songs. they're an Australian a cappella quartet. Yeah, so like right now, what I'm doing in Stray, I'm going on this journey, and now this is where the game like suddenly takes a turn, and like you are now locked out of the slums, and you can only proceed forward with the gameplay, and it gets so much worse from here. When you flirt with trans girls, they blush so much, especially if they're soft. Jeez. My Deadly Rabbits is an amazing song too. That is my favorite song, actually. I really, really like that song. That song, I use it, like, if I could make that song my theme song, I would, because I feel like even though it's about rabbits, it sort of encapsulates who I am. It's the creepy and the cute. They are cannibal rabbits. They're not even cannibal rabbits. They're human-consuming rabbits. They're not cannibals because they don't eat each other. They eat humans. I love it. It's me. Creepy and cute. Alright. So yeah, that's my opinion of Stray. It's definitely not a game that I hate, but it's not a game that I love. And I feel like it was really overhyped. So that definitely made it difficult when you play it, and it was not like sort of what the hype was around it. You usually tell the streamer where you found them, even if they don't ask. Nice. You like to tell them about your sexuality too? That's fair. I mean, like, I don't ever think that people have to share information, but if they're willing to share it, that's more than okay. I think that I'm gonna have to put Stray in C, which feels really harsh, but you have to remember that anything between S and D are games that I've enjoyed. It's just, it was not as good as I wanted it to be, so it's gonna be a low C from me. Mainly due to the story, but also due to the fact that it was using a cat, I think, mainly to grab attention and not actually utilizing the cat in the most effective way that you could utilize a cat. So if you remember a few years ago when I played Dog's Life, this game utilized being a dog so well. It was in the dog head. You got to turn onto this mode where you could sniff, and you could actually collect scents. And that was like a huge portion of the game. And like collecting bones and digging. And even pooping was part of the game. Like, this game was dog. And it properly utilized the mechanic of being a dog. Whereas Stray did not do that. It fell way short. It was not... You were not being a cat. It was not cat game. I am sorry to disappoint, but when Cat Streamer plays cat game, Cat Streamer has to point out that cat game is not very good at catting. You know? You also stream sometimes? You have 59 followers? Nice! What do you usually stream, Kitty? Do you prefer Kitty Blooms or Kitty or Blooms? Which of the names? You can call me Sophia? I'll try to remember that. Sometimes I forget because your username is right there. And Sophia will disappear in the chat at some point. Alright, Tangled Tower is the next game up, and this is also a game that I played relatively recently. This one was a fun one. I had a really good time with Tangled Tower. It is a murder mystery game. You've got to sort of find the clues, interrogate the suspects, and figure out who done it. But there's also like extra layers to it. That's your legal name, not the government name. But yeah, you talk to people in this tower about the murder and you try to figure out what happened, you try to piece it together. But then there's this extra layer about like the place that they are. It's Tangle Tower. Tangle Tower has this deeper mystery about it. It's like thank you for redeeming what's the tea. I feel like this whole stream has been my hot takes, because I'm talking about my hot takes about games. So is there anything that you specifically want a hot take about?
We're very happy rabbits. We're mostly happy rabbits. But even happy rabbits have self-doubt.
Thank you for redeeming happy rabbits. Yeah, so this is I should add an ooh-woo sound. I don't really ooh-woo that much. I'm not an ooh-wooer. I do not ooh-woo, I do not oh-woe. I do on occasion, but not very often. It's not part of my brand. Yeah, no, this game is really cute, and I liked the levels that it had, and that there was a greater mystery about the Tangle Tower and the lake that it was on, and the animals and plants that grew there. I don't do uwoos on demand. No. Yeah, no, this is a cute, it's okay. You asked. I just answered no. Yeah, it's a very cute game. I really enjoyed it. It gave me a lot of Rusty Lake vibes, but then the art style is also different. It's very much its own thing. And it's part of a series of games as well, which makes me want to like look further into Tangle Tower games. Not Tangle Tower games.
We're very happy rabbits. We're mostly happy rabbits. But even happy rabbits have self-doubt.
Thank you for playing Happy Rabbits again and jump scaring me. The animation is really good. It is really good animation. I love the art style of this game. I love the animation of this game. I love the character designs as well. Thank you. The character designs are great because they're so like exaggerated and over the top. And it sort of like exemplifies who they are as a person as well.
We're mostly happy rabbits. But even happy rabbits have self-doubt.
Are you gonna make me turn off that sound alert? Sophia, please. Yeah, this game has a lot of fun puzzles. Nothing, it's okay. It's just a little bit too often. I need to be able to speak on occasions. I do like the sound alerts. All of the sound alerts are great. I picked them out myself, you know. It is good. If you want the full song that goes with that, it's from a movie called Napoleon, which is an Australian movie about a dog who goes on a adventure to try to find wild dogs. Let me see if I can find it. I'll have to use this screen. The background's going to do some weird things for a second. You know, I did not find the song, but I found the entire movie. So I'll just copy and paste that into chat instead. but it's from this movie, which is the 1995 classic from my childhood, Napoleon. Would highly recommend the movie. It's adorable. It has some fantastic songs. There's actually a part in that song where the bird who it's a galah. The galah, whose name is Birdo, he sings about catching the rabbits to eat them, and it's like, this is a kids movie, and you're saying there's this bird that's telling me that a wild dog needs to kill and hunt, growl, and bite and fight. It's very aggressive, but I love it. It exemplifies who I am. Creepy and cute. Can I tell you a good horror movie? A horror movie that I think is my personal favorite is Stoker. So Stoker, which I believe is on Disney Plus, but it might not be everywhere regionally on Disney Plus, is a movie. It's a horror thriller type movie, and it's about a very quirky, odd girl who's very antisocial and who sort of hears. Sorry, I forgot that screen went blank when I did that. Who hears the Stoker. I'll put the name in chat, yeah. It's not necessarily for everyone. It's quite mature and has it's very mature, has a lot of very intense themes. But essentially, this mother and daughter are dealing with the fact that the father of the family has died, the father and husband, and like, you know, dealing with the aftermath of that. And the uncle that they never really knew much about comes to like stay with them during this time period. And there's something not right about the uncle. There's something off about him. And the thing about this movie is that it uses pacing really well. All of the actors are very well directed. Every single shot is purposeful and holds so much in it. It's a very dense text, so it's like it rewards further rewatching. But it's not necessarily for everyone. A movie that I would probably recommend to a more general audience would be like maybe something like, I really enjoyed Nope. Nope was a good horror movie. And Ari Aster's films Hereditary, and Nope and Get Out were good. Ari Aster's Hereditary and Midsummer were very good. Those are great films. I'm not sure what year Stoker was released. I'd have to look it up. Stoker 2013 is when the film was released. But yeah, it's great. I would highly recommend it as a movie. You usually watch movies and TVs shows on a free website. Nice. I hope that you enjoy it if you do give it a check out. It's definitely not for everyone. It gets very intense in moments. It's not what I would call a traditional horror movie. It doesn't have a lot of, it's like not a creature feature, it doesn't have jump scares. But it's very much that psychological horror sort of thing. The other ones, so I also said Midsummer and Hereditary by Ari Aster, and then Jordan Peele's movies Nope and Get Out are also very good. You will forget? Okay. So we have Nope and Get Out. And Hereditary and Midsommar. These are all very good movies. A movie that I also really like that's a classic is The Ring, which I think is 2008. Let me just double check that. It might be earlier. 2002. That's a classic horror movie. It's great. It's one of the first horror movies that I ever watched. Would definitely recommend. Another one that is technically a miniseries is Rose Red, which is a Stephen King adaptation. That one's underrated in my opinion. It's not necessarily the best made, but it's underrated. Anyway, we got off topic for a little bit. I'll circle back around maybe to science fiction movies, but we got to get back to tier listing the games. All right. So this game I really enjoyed. Again, the character design, which you might have seen as we've like been sort of talking about other things going through. All of the character designs are great. Poppy is my favorite. The little goth queen, she's great. And like the family dynamics of all of it is really great. This particular location I would like of Tangle Tower and the lake underneath Tangle Tower, I feel like I want more games around that. But the games in the series of Grimoire, Detective Grimoire games, I do not think would be about this specific location, which is a shame because like this location I love a lot. Look at it, it's Tangle Tower. But yeah, this game I had a lot of fun with. So let's figure out where it goes on the tier list. Alrighty. I think it's definitely going to be an A category. I have so many games in this A category. You didn't catch me play this. The art is incredible. It is so good. I would definitely recommend giving it a play yourself. I feel like it's the sort of game that you would really enjoy, Lucid. And like hopefully the little snippets that you just saw there weren't too spoilery. I feel like I want to put it somewhere in this region. I don't know. It's sort of hard because it's hard to remember exactly how I felt about some of these games. I feel like I want to put it here. Here feels correct. And I feel like it's a game that also feels very much my brand, which is like creepy and cute. You gotta go for now, but it was fun talking to you. Thank you for popping in, Sophia. I appreciate you. I hope you have a great day or whatever time zone it happens to be for you. I'll catch you later. But yeah, Tangle Tower was good. I'm pretty sure I got it in like a bundle of other games. I was like specifically after one specific game in the bundle. But then the bundle was like on like a super sale that was like $5 or something for like, you know, 6 games. And I'm like, I'm getting that. They all seem like games that I would play. And then like, I was like, didn't touch any of the other games for ages. But then a couple weeks ago, I actually came back to have a look at what this one was about. And I'm like, oh, this looks cool. Oh, I should play this. Oh. So yeah, that's sort of what got me interested in that. I think I saw somebody else play it and I'm like, hey, I have that game. That would be fun to play. So yeah, that's where that one sits. All right, we did get sidetracked a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5 more games. Unfortunately, we have an ad break coming up. So we'll do the ad break and then when we come back, we'll do the 5 other games. Her story, you remember we found an excellent... Yeah, right? It's such a good, unique way to do storytelling that they did. But then I accidentally found a way to just, like, get all the videos we hadn't watched. And I was like, well, I'm not going to use it, you know? Because it was the easiest way to see them all in order. You think you suggested it? I think that might be true as well. Her Story was so good. I really like those sort of games where it's like the way that they present the game is so like artistically different to the way that the games are normally presented. And that one had such an intriguing and interesting story as well. Yeah, and oh, it was such a good game. Sometimes I think that I want to go back and play it, but it's like I'm not going to find anything new. We found everything. We found everything that first time, which is one of the downsides. Is it doesn't have a huge amount of replay value, but I feel like it's one of those games where I would love to watch somebody else experience it for the first time. You know, I want to know what other people's opinions are of the game. Although I do know that a popular interpretation is that the character has dissociative identity disorder, which I'm not a big fan of, because the stigma around that is like already so big that we don't need more added to it. Can we just take the story as it is at face value, instead of like adding that extra layer of interpretation just to add stigma to a disability that was already so heavily stigmatized? You know, maybe. Anyway, we have an ad break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Take a break, stretch your legs, get a drink of water, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back. Go pee, gamers! Alrighty, we are back. We are gonna finish off this tier list once and for all. We got 5 more games. Can we do it in the next hour? Let's find out. Alright. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. This is another game that I thought was going to be actually longer than it was. But it turned out being... Thank you, Lisa. It turned out to be like relatively short. But there's also like daily challenges that you can do for this game. So I thought that was really cute. Also, it's just such a cute game. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion is like such a cute game, and I would hazard that nobody would ever say differently that Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. I doubt that anybody would say that that was a bad game. Why does it do this? Come on, just load. Oh, it's replaying the part that it just played. Turnip Boy commits tax evasion is a cute little sort of dungeon crawler-esque Zelda kind of game. It's very cute. It's not very long. It was like one stream that I played this in that took like 3.5 hours. It was not a long stream, it was a short stream. It was a lot of fun though. And we stand Turnip Boy, we stand the big gay, do crimes, commit tax evasion. Turnip. It was not a game that necessarily changed my life, but it was a game that I had a huge amount of fun with. I was a little bit sad that it was as short as it was, but I know that there's a sequel, so I'll definitely be playing the sequel game. I liked that all of the little NPCs were like vegetables as well. And the little sort of like funny things, like there was like a streamer, and you needed to get her, get her a sub, and instead of getting her a subscriber, you went and got her like a sub sandwich, and that was like the same thing. And I liked like the little word plays like that were really fun and really cute. I liked the Cran and the cranberry cats. Hello, woo. My little cat munchkins, aren't they so whoa? Yeah, I liked the little cat munchkins. There's Apple Cat, and there was another Apple Cat. Cran, like Gran, but Cran. This was a great game though, and I would highly recommend it. It's probably going to go in the A tier. I don't think that it can go in the S tier because it was not groundbreaking to me. It was really nice, really cute. It was not something that changed my life though. It was something that was such a fun play, such a nice play. It had a lot of fun little puns, a lot of good stuff, a lot of good banter, a lot of good gameplay. Also a lot of good hats. There were hats in this game, and the hats were a lot of fun. I liked these like collection screens as well when you picked up an item and how like glorious it looked. It was just like the visuals of this game were a lot of fun. Because they've got like this drawn art style, but then like the actual gameplay is like a pixel art style. It was good. It was a good time. Yeah. Games with hats are fun. Like a Hat in Time. Which I have ranked already in the list. Did I show you where I ranked a Hat in Time? Anyway, let's rank Turnip Boy first. We'll rank Turnip Boy. Turnip Boy's gonna go in my A category. I think it probably goes here. After Lily's Well, but before The Paths Within. That feels like a good spot for Turnip Boy. Great game, not life-changing, but definitely would play again. Yes, Hat in Time is in S tier. I need to go back and play more of A Hat in Time so that I can actually get all of the timepieces, because I never completed like everything in all of the levels, you know. But yeah, Hat in Time is so great. Okay, Underground Blossom. You'll play it with me anytime. Every now and then I see it, like, it pop up on my Steam that you're playing it, and I'm like, if I wasn't already committed to playing something else, I would play that with Lucid right now. But usually it's when I'm streaming, because that's when I have Steam open most of the time. I'm so bad at gaming without, like, streaming it. I just, like, my brain goes, why just play it for yourself if you can stream it? You know? I don't need to stream everything in my life. I need to remind myself that. Alright, Underground Blossom. So Underground Blossom is one of the Rusty Lake games. It's a really, really nice continuation of the Rusty Lake story. It sort of picks up in a place that Rusty Lake Roots like stopped off in terms of the timeline of the series. So if you remember Rusty Lake Roots, essentially it tells the story of like this family who goes through a lot of trauma, and through like a bit of a manipulation tactic, they're forced to like rebirth a spirit, which Rose takes like the majority of the responsibility for. Rose being like the youngest part of the youngest generation. So the resulting child is this child here, who I've forgotten her name now. You love those games when I streamed them. You have to play the White Room. Yeah, so the White Room is the one that was different. The White Room was the one that was really sterile. That one was great. It's really gonna bother me that I can't remember her name. Laura Vanderboom. That's her name. So Laura is sort of like the big character that runs throughout the Rusty Lake games, and her backstory is like pivotal to why things are the way they are. So she's like the reborn spirit of Mr. Crow's brother, but she doesn't necessarily have the memories of that, and her connection with the lake and with like the history and the trauma of the lake is very sort of integral to it. And like her sort of, there's like a fight going on inside her for like, you know, trying to figure out who she is, like what this like means to her, trying to fight against this corruption that is like inside her because of this like rebirth process that happened through the lake. I did not ever get a Rusty Lake poster. I need one, and I need to be able to put it on this wall over here. I have like this space over here, like on the bookshelf and on this little wall part, that I would love to fill with posters. Also like this wall here next to the bookshelf. Posters. I need posters. I do though. I really need posters. Like, I would love to get a poster of like basically every game that is represented in my S tier, because those are my games, you know? Those are my brand games. I feel like that would be a really good thing to do. But this game was a lot of fun. It was very typical Rusty Lake. It was a lot of fun to sort of play with time in the way it did, because it I feel like as Rusty Lake goes on, the way that it sort of plays with time is a little bit more direct, where it used to just sort of have things, like the games would not necessarily take place in a linear fashion. This one specifically, like you are moving backwards and forwards through time at will to like solve puzzles. So it necessitates you moving forward and then backwards and then forward and then backwards, you know? Like there are certain things you need to do specifically to move forward in time, but then if you need to solve a puzzle, you can move backwards in time to get pieces to solve the puzzles forward in time. this one was a fun one, and it sort of showed more of Laura's like childhood and lifetime, which we didn't get a very good sort of view of initially in the games. Like we knew of her adult life, and we knew that she had a relationship with Bill, who is actually the protagonist of White Room. And like White Room was such a departure from normal Rusty Lake content as well. It was fascinating. All of these games are so fascinating. And I would love, I need to do a video on Rusty, on Rusty Lake. I would love to do like a timeline and an analysis of the story. You know, just talk more about these games, and where they are at in the series, and what information we know, and what information is still yet to be revealed, and what information we can speculate about. Like, you know, is it the lake that's inherently powerful? Is there a deity there? Is it like a creation, like something that was sort of man-made, a man-made power that was imbued into the lake, or is it cosmic? You know, there are so many angles. And like, does Rusty Lake actually help people? Does the cube thing, like, does people's interaction with Rusty Lake actually help them, or does it hinder them? Is this like a process of healing from trauma, or is this a process of traumatizing people to the point of corruption? What is actually going on? You know, I would love to talk more about these things. Right at the trauma scene as well. Poor Rose. See, I'm pretty sure that's like a corrupted version of Albert, who is as Albert, I think, who is Rose's father as well. And Rose has such a weird relationship with her dad. I'm pretty sure in this one we're playing as Harvey, who is the bird. I'm pretty sure. And Harvey as the bird sort of exists in two forms. Sometimes he's like the anthropomorphized bird, and sometimes he's an actual bird. And in some of the earlier Cube Escape games, Laura has him as an actual bird, which makes sense. Yeah, there's the picture there of like Harvey upside down, like the silhouette of Harvey. And like basically after what this game is revealing is that after Rose like had to essentially give up the parental figure of Laura, she had to like give up on that because her father needed her for something. Harvey stepped in to become that parental figure, more or less. I'm pretty sure that's what this game is sort of getting at. And sort of like how he gradually helps her through the process of growing up. Yeah. Anyway, that's what I'm getting specifically out of this particular Rusty Lake game. But all of them as a unit are great. This one was a lot of fun. It was not necessarily my favorite Rusty Lake game. It probably ranks very similarly to a lot of the Cube Escape games. A little bit higher though, I think, because it's a standalone game. It's more polished. It has more content, and it was really interesting to learn more about Laura as a person, and as well as a little bit about Harvey. Anyway, these games are great. Would always recommend a Rusty Lake game. There's no specific order that you have to play them in. You can play them in release order. You can play them in any real order. You can miss games if you don't feel interested in playing them. There's a specific disassembly of the order, like, you know, the chronological order that the games are sort of brought out in, so that you do have to piece it together. It's not sort of just handed to you as a fully fledged story. There's a lot of playing with time and tenses and back and forth. I actually found out recently that a lot of people don't like non-linear narratives, which I found really odd personally, because I love non-linear narratives, and I love when a story sort of takes a different approach and like has a lot of sort of back and forth with time. I think that it's just me that's like, I'm really into like seeing time as less of a linear structure and more of just sort of like something that can be played with and toyed with. And You enjoyed the story of them when I played them? Me too. Like, these games are great, and the fact that you don't get everything, like, you know, in order, you don't get a this happened and then this happened and this happened. It's all very, like, out of place in time. You get, like, bits and pieces everywhere. It's also very abstracted. Like, these games exist in a universe where things don't happen in a literal sense all of the time. There's such good games, and I wish more people knew about them. And yeah, like in my English literature class, one of the books that we most recently had to read was Beloved by Toni Morrison, which is an excellent book. Would highly recommend that book. It is very heavy content, but it's excellently written. And it's got, like, it's such a dense text, you know? And this is going to be essentially my new phrase for, like, anything that's, I think, is, like, an incredible, like, storytelling and character analysis book, or, like, piece of media or literature. It's very dense. It's dense. But, like, that book, Beloved, like, does a lot of back and forth and playing with time and tenses, and things aren't revealed in a linear fashion. And, like, time does not work the same way that it normally would in a narrative. And a lot of people in the class had a lot of trouble, like, reading it because of that. And I'm sitting here going, do you all not normally read books like this? And then I realized, no, like, a lot of people just read, like, straight up, you know, this happens, then this happens, then this happens narratives. Like, those are very common, actually. And I'm just somebody who seeks out a lot of weird literature a lot of the time. And I don't like normal stories. Which is why recently in a book club that I'm part of, they voted to read the Atlas 6, and I was just, like, struggling the whole time. It's a TikTok sensation, but I cannot stand it. So yeah, if I sometimes forget that just because I think something is a work of art, it doesn't mean that it's going to be popular. And that my definition of what's fantastic is not everybody's definition of what's fantastic. Some people do just like things very straightforward and don't always like, you know, like it when things aren't clear-cut. Hi there, Zeeb. How you doing? Thank you. This is a Twitch anniversary for when I first streamed. My very first stream was on this day 3 years ago. And the very first thing that I did stream was Little Misfortune, which is a great little game. But right now we are just going through the games I've played in last year and putting them on a tier list. Thank you so much for popping in and wishing me a happy anniversary. I appreciate it. But yeah, this particular game, Underground Blossom, as part of the Rusty Lake series, is fantastic. Like, these games are popular enough that they can get, like, a Kickstarter easily off the ground, but it's not popular enough that if I were to talk to somebody else who gamed, that they would have heard of them. I think that they also, like, have a limited, like, range of popularity. There are, like, some places where people, like, know them. And then there are other places where it's sort of, like, very unheard of. It's what I would call a cult classic. But it's maybe a cult classic before its time, in a way. You know? You have not heard of most of the games I've played. Little Misfortune, you know, of course. Little Misfortune, I feel like, is one of the more mainstream ones that I've played. And it very much exemplifies who I am as a streamer, as a brand. It's cute and creepy. That's my brand, is cute and creepy. But yeah. All of the games I play sort of fit somewhere on that category of cute and creepy. But yeah, the Rusty Lake games I would always recommend. Underground Blossom is no exception. If you want to get into some very weird, very interesting examinations of trauma and, like, horror games that are point and click games that are very stylized and a very intriguing story, I love how I just gave a kitty nut allergy just then. These games I could not recommend more. Also, I miss my yellow hair. Blue hair is my default, but I'm looking at the yellow hair that I had at this time last year, and I'm like, that looks so gosh darn cool. I'm gonna have to re-dye my hair yellow. It looks so cool. You're more of a Max and Sam type click and point. Zebra. I love how you did those backwards. I do need to play Sam and Max at some point. It's on my list. It's definitely on my list. It's a game to play. But I have not gotten around to it yet. Some of these games that I like, know that I need to play are not as high up on my priority list. It's 7 a.m. Oh my gosh, why are you awake? Thank you for coming into my stream so early, but my gosh, why are you awake? Alright, so I think that this one goes into my A tier. I think it's definitely above Rusty Lake Paradise. Paradise was like one of my least favorite Rusty Lake games, if I'm gonna be real with you. I think that I'm gonna put it... I think I even liked it more than Paradox, but not more than White Door. So I'm gonna put it in between these two. So these are all part of the Rusty Lake series. They've got White Door, Underground Blossom, and Cube Escape Paradox. White Door just did so much that was so different and unique that was so good. You recognize a lot of these? Some of them are in your playlist. Nice! Yeah, so this is all the games that I've ever played streaming. I started this tier list last year on my anniversary. And I did like all 60 games that I'd played at that point. And I've just been putting on the 33 that I've played in the last year, the last 12 months. So at the end, I'll go through and point out the ones that I have added from this year. Alright, we got 3 left, but Rusty Lake Underground Blossom sits very neatly at a mid-A tier. Alright. Gotta move a little bit faster. You can hear the clip notes on the big F. The big F, okay. The cliff notes on the big F. And I need to keep myself calm. Because this game, it ignites an unbelievable rage in me. So I need to try to explain this as calmly as possible. So The Fall of Porcupine is a game that is about the healthcare system. It's supposed, and this is my assumptions, based on the information that's on the Steam page, it's supposed to be a look at, like, how the healthcare system fails both sides of the equation, both the doctors and the patients that it's supposed to treat. How often the perception is that the doctors aren't doing enough from the public, but that's not necessarily true. It's supposed to take you into the perspective of a doctor. And like, all the strain and stress that it is to be a doctor. In this sort of unfair bureaucratic system. And it's supposed to also be in the style of Night in the Woods, which I don't know if you know Night in the Woods, but like you might notice that Night in the Woods is all the way up here in S tier for me. So it's heavily inspired. The style is heavily inspired to the point where if you turned it in as a university project, you'd probably get pinged for plagiarism. Heavily inspired by Night in the Woods, but not as good. The aesthetics and gameplay are worse than Night in the Woods is. The characters are all so flat and two-dimensional, to the point where the latter part of Night in the Woods kind of ruins the game for me. I can understand that because the story doesn't necessarily hold up. at the very end parts, I personally can forgive the story because of how well it does the characterizations and how well it does the relationships, to the point where even when you're playing through the game, the story aspects of the game, the actual plot that's going on is completely secondary to the relationship that the characters are having. And like the importance that the plot puts on, that like, you know, the gameplay puts on those characters and the way that they sort of communicate, you know, that puts it over the edge for me, as like something that it's not completely faultless, but it's something that touches me deeply. And I'm gonna say, like, this is not an objective list. I'm not ranking them based off of like, you know, how well they do every part of gameplay. I am not qualified to do that. I don't know that much about, like, you know, how to design a game. So I don't necessarily feel qualified to examine how well it does gaming. I will say, if it didn't have such strong characters, it definitely would not be an S tier for me, because the plot is not necessarily as strong as I would like it. Especially as somebody that like is a story-based person. I love narrative-based games, so when the story is weaker, it does impact the gameplay, which is why part of why it's not like a top tier S for me. Is sort of like hovering around that mid area of S tier. But the other aspects, the character aspects, are the parts that really pull it over the finish line for me and make it a game that absolutely changed my life and changed the way I think. You feel disrespected because, hold on, there was a thingy then. But you loved everything up to the final chapter. Yeah. So I don't think that the supernatural aspects were supposed to take away from the mental health stuff. It wasn't trying to I have never thought that it was trying to explain away the stuff that was going on with May as entirely supernatural. I'm fairly sure that it was just supposed to be, some aspects of it, but not all aspects. And I actually think that it's the way that I interpreted it anyway, in terms of the plot for Night in the Woods, was that because of the way that May's mental health made her more vulnerable to the presence of this entity, as well as the fact that her mind was in a place that had was almost like in alignment with the chaotic being. So that's sort of what got her on the same wavelength, rather than it all being like, you know, supernatural. But again, I am extrapolating. And that's not necessarily stuff that was in the game. It's just stuff that is my interpretation of it. You're more of a logic thinker, so that's why it might have pulled me into that feeling. That's fair, that's fair. Also, hello JD, welcome in. Thank you so much for the happy anniversary, I appreciate it. We're just trying to wrap up ranking all the games that I played in the last year and adding them all to the ranking system, and then I'm gonna go through and talk a little bit about it. But yeah, I've just been trying to give the cliff notes of The Fall of Porcupine, because it is the only game I have here in the big F category, which to me makes it a failure of a game. And this is, again, my personal opinion. If you've played this game and you absolutely adore it, I'm not trying to take that away from you. I'm not trying to say you're wrong. I'm trying to say, for me, it hit a lot of notes in the wrong way. It's like when you read a book, and it's a fiction book, but it's also drawing from things in real life, and it's getting so many things wrong. And it's really, really bugging you because you know about those things. You know about how, like, the real things and how badly it's doing at representing them. That's what I feel like when I played The Fall of Porcupine. I feel like it tried to do something, but it didn't have the information it needed. It either didn't do the research, or it was not good enough in the writing aspect to actually pull it off. So the characters were all very two-dimensional, and the story was just like very flat, and the gameplay was also very uninteresting. And all of that sort of led to this overall feeling of like, this is not fun. I am not having fun while playing this game. And you never want to be in that stage where you're playing a game and you're saying, this is not fun. I'm not learning anything. I'm not getting anything out of it. This is just painful. It is just causing me pain to play this game. And I finished the game because I was set on, I am going to get through this game. I'm going to power through. Maybe it turns around at the end. I'm not going to like give up on this game. It did not turn around at the end. It got worse. It just kept getting worse, and it kept being more of a ripoff of Night in the Woods while having none of the positive attributes of Night in the Woods. So yeah, that's my thoughts on Fall of Porcupine. I would never recommend it to anybody. I would say if you do have it and you have played it and you like it, that's okay. But I personally cannot like it. I tried so hard to like it, but I cannot like it. And I'm trying to be as respectful as I can because I know for a fact that people worked really hard on it. But it's a game that I cannot like. And it's a game that I feel if it had been made by a big studio, I would say straight up that this was a cash grab meant to write off Night in the Woods. You know, coattails. It was something that was made as a rough, quick copy to entice people who liked Night in the Woods to buy this game and play this game. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. I wouldn't even recommend watching my streams about it because it was just so painful. I was in so much pain while playing it. Yeah, so that's a game that I will never revisit. Except if maybe to make a really, like, you know, angry YouTube video about. And I'm not about that. I don't want to make an angry YouTube video about a video game that's not that well known, you know? I don't want to necessarily shit all over something that's essentially an indie game. But yeah, those are my thoughts on Fall of Porcupine. Without being too harsh. And I know what you're thinking. Geez, that did still sound really harsh. Just imagine if I wasn't trying to not be too harsh. I remember you trying to go easy on it, but the next comment was always another negative. It's just, it's so bad. It's almost comically bad. It's like, you know, it's like The Room, where he tried to make a genuine film, but it was just so bad that it was comical. That's almost what Fall of Porcupine is like. Alright, I need to stop talking about it. At this point I am just kind of being cruel. Alright. It is worse than Tunguska. At least Tunguska... See, Tunguska's in my D category. I found something enjoyable about Tunguska. There were enjoyable sections of Tunguska. The absolute absurdity of it and the weirdness of it was not completely without merit. Fall of Porcupine is infuriating. It's not... It has no redeeming aspect in my opinion. In fact, anything that could work as a redeeming aspect works against it, in my opinion. Because anything that is at all redeemable is something that they just copied verbatim from Night in the Woods. So anything that's worth salvaging from this game has already been done better in another game. That is what... I need to stop talking about it. Okay. Okay, Whateverland. Whateverland is a game that I also played really recently. It is... Let's see. It's a fun little point and click type game. You play as this character, I've forgotten the name, but he's a Vincent, I think his name is, yep. He's a burglar, and he went to try to steal a an emerald necklace. There's a green stone, an emerald necklace. But the person he was stealing off of turned out to be an evil witch, and she sent him to this place, Whateverland, which is kind of like a version of Wonderland. This is very much like a variation on the Alice in Wonderland theming that I have very prominently in this channel. It's very good. This was actually a game that was recommended to me by Amorous. Amorous Sky. They are one of my very favorite people, very favorite streamers. I'm always in their channel. They're great. I'm always raving about them. So if you're not following them, you should be. But yeah, this is a really good game. It was a really fun point and click game. All of the characters have really fun designs. There were a lot of fun aspects about this. I really liked the aesthetic of it. I liked the gameplay aspects. I liked how quick it was as well. This was like a single streamed game. I was able to figure out all the puzzles relatively easily. There were only a couple of times that I needed to consult a walkthrough. And really, if I had, like, you know, spent a couple more minutes on them, I probably wouldn't have even had to do that. There were a couple secrets I missed at the end of the day, but I was not overly upset about that. It's a game that I would definitely replay. This one was a lot of fun. Very cute, very fun. I liked that you sort of got to choose your own path as well. Like you got to choose whether to try to help people or try to manipulate people into getting what you wanted. So if you you could actually complete this game like much quicker than I did if you just like straight up like stole and manipulated and lied your way through it. And that was like, that would be a whole different gameplay element, whereas I chose to, like, you know, be a good kitty, and help out all the people in the game. And so I got I had a longer playing experience, but I also like got a much more rewarding experience out of it, I think. And then at the very end, the witch comes back and asks, you know, would you like to leave or do you want to stay in Whateverland? Because a lot of people like willingly stay in Whateverland because whatever's going on in the outside world is too much for them to handle. And I will say, if you are thinking of playing this game, there is one character that I would put heavy trigger warnings on, and it's one of the very first characters you come across. When you enter the town, there's somebody that jumps off a bridge in front of you. It's okay because nobody can die in Whateverland, but this person is like very heavily suicidal, and they are very messed up and they have very poor memory, so they don't actually understand why they're so messed up. But you can actually help him by finding recordings like that are basically like journal entries, and as you find that, you piece together more of his story. And it's not pleasant, and it's not stuff that was done to him. It's stuff that well, it is a little bit stuff that's done to him, but it's also stuff that he did to other people. So yeah, he's an interesting character. It's complicated. And it's hard. So I would definitely say, if you're thinking of playing this game, it's not all very lighthearted. There is that one particular character has a lot of very heavy stuff associated with him. So just be warned about that. But other than that, the rest of this game falls very, very nicely and very neatly into the cute and creepy category, as well as my Alice in Wonderland theming. So this game, again, it feels like a game that was very much catered to me, and Amorous was correct when they told me to play it, when they were like, this is a game that looks like your vibe. They understood. They understand me. It was great. And I would definitely play this again. I would definitely play this through again to see what it was like to, like, you know, do all the naughty things. Be a naughty kitty. But yeah, I think that it's definitely worth playing if it's something that would like maybe be interesting to you if you're into point and click games. It would be a game that I would recommend. So where are we going to rank him? Where are we going to rank him? Alrighty. I think it belongs in my A category. Maybe like low A. I'm gonna put him above Undertale, but below the Nancy Drew White Wolf of... I forget what the rest of the title is. Whatever Land was great. Undertale and Deltarune are still also great, but they're not games that had a huge impact on me personally. They're games that I understand changed the, like, Undertale specifically is a game that I understand changed, like, the scope and dynamic of, like, the world of gaming. But I don't think it had a strong impact on me personally. But I appreciate how well the games are designed in general. They are excellent, objectively excellent games. All right, 2 to go. 2 to go. We can do this. We can do this. 2 to go. Pull. Okay. Okay. Witchwood. Witchwood is a cute little gathering game. It's like a gather and craft game. This is another... Oh, come on. This is another game that, like, I think you know, it fits with my vibe and aesthetic a lot. It's great. It's like got that cute vibe, but also that creepy vibe. You've got to collect all these ingredients to make these spells and these objects, so that you can complete like all of these quests and missions. And sometimes you need to craft something to, like a trap, and that trap allows you to harvest an animal for a different component for a different spell. So yeah, there's a lot of this game is like basically just hunter-gatherer type gameplay, but it is a lot of fun, and the story elements are really cute. You sort of get the story in like, I think 3 main acts. There's like a certain amount of souls that you need to collect, and you sort of get free reign. Like, it's like, okay, these are the 3 that I need right now. This is fun. Should you do it too? You should totally do it. Hell yeah. Do a tier list of the games that you've played over the last year. Would highly recommend. It is a lot of fun. It does take longer than you're expecting. I've been going for almost 6 hours now. But yeah, this game is great. Hunter-gatherer style game. Would highly recommend it. It essentially like separates it out into those 3 acts where you have to like, here are the 3 or 4 spirits of this like particular area, and you can go and like do what you need to collect them in any particular order that you prefer. There's also in this game a like a Puss in Boots type character, and the aesthetic that she has, especially in her neon sign form. Some of them have like a neon sign form. It's absolutely fantastic, and I love it. And I would like to have like a neon sign of that Puss in Boots in a hat, like on this wall, please and thank you. How much money does it cost to get one of those? But yeah, this game is great. Had a lot of fun playing it. Its aesthetic is fantastic. And yeah, I would definitely play it again, and I would love to watch somebody else play it. So if it's something that you are interested in, definitely check it out. I think that this one probably goes in an A for me too. Like, there's very little that's bad about it. It's not at the life-changing area of an S for me. But it's something that I absolutely adore and love. I think I'm gonna put it here, after some of the Rusty Lake games, but before Never Alone and My Time at Portia. It fits very nicely. It is like exactly in the middle off my A range almost. Alright, alright, alright. Look at all the games I have in S and A. I see, like, I just usually can tell based off of like a game synopsis whether or not a game is gonna resonate well with me, and it's like, yes, that game is for me. Some of these, like, I still enjoyed, but they weren't for me. But these games in the A and S tier, they were for me. They were for me. You know, they were made for me. Alright, my last game, Yumi Nikki, which is a game that Lucid actually requested I play. And I am grateful to Lucid for that. It is a fun little... I'm trying to think of how to describe Yumi Nikki. It's a surrealist point-and-click adventure game. There's basically no... Yes, I am responsible. I apologize. Don't apologize. I really enjoyed playing through this. There's basically no real plot to Yumi Nikki. I think this is when I got stuck in the chair. And I couldn't figure out how to get back out again. But yeah, no, this game is great. It's very surrealist. You essentially go through these doors and enter worlds. And there are sometimes monsters in the worlds that can attack you. And other times you can find these other like items or animals that give you specific powers. Like I think in the forest area there's a frog that gives you the ability to jump or something like that. I forget. But yeah, no, this was a lot of fun. Again, it's a lot, the imagery in Yumi Nikki is basically what all of Yumi Nikki is. The imagery of this is 100% the game. And oh, it's specifically creepy and scary. And it's supposed to be unsettling and disturbing. This is essentially, what if we wanted to do horror art exhibition as a game? I think I'm trying to get it to do the thing again. A lot of the playthroughs I do, I often just like repeat things, and I'm like, how many times can I get away with doing this thing? It's a really hard game to explain. But the aesthetics in this game are absolutely everything, and like all the different areas have different aesthetics, and you can pick up different powers, and it's all essentially just like an unsettling version of like a art exhibition. Like what if we had this unsettling, unnerving horror art exhibition that you could just walk through in a game? That's what this game feels like. It's good. It's interesting. It doesn't have a narrative, so it's sort of hard to judge it on the scale that I judge most of the games I play by, because there's not really a whole lot to judge. It's like the aesthetic is basically all there is to judge. And the aesthetic is fantastic. I will say that it doesn't necessarily hold your interest forever. There were times when, like, you know, I sort of wanted something to happen. Because that's the thing. As somebody who, like, is very into story-based, like, narrative games, it's hard for me to relate to something that is so abstract and without a plot as this. I very much enjoyed playing it, but it's sort of like there were times when I was like, can something just happen? You're going through her dreams and there are various locations and events. Exactly. And like none of them really connect to anything. It's all very abstract. There's nothing really that's happening. There's like a snowy area. There's this horrific area. There's this area that I fucked up. I got this thing to tip over and I wasn't meant to. I got to be a cat. This is the cat form. It's all very terrifying, honestly. Like, it's surreal and it's dreamlike. The bike is great. Once you get the bike upgrade, you go so fast. But yeah, it's all basically just exploring visuals. That's what the game is. It's exploring visuals. And it's fun. It's definitely worth, you know, doing. I think that when I got this, Yumi Nikki is free. I don't know if it still is, but if Yumi Nikki is still free, it's definitely one to check out. It's definitely worth the investment. It is free. It's still free. It's definitely worth it then. Definitely worth it to get it on Steam, to download it just for the experience of going through the absolute absurdity of the dreamscape of Yumi Nikki. And like, if it is something that like does catch your interest in terms of like how creative it is, there are a lot of people that do spend a lot of time speculating on like, you know, what is actually going on and whether there is like a story behind it and what is going on with Yumi Nikki, you know, the character that's like dreaming. I don't know if her name is that. I guess nobody knows. Nobody really knows anything about this game. All we know is what we can see. And we don't see a lot. Well, we see a lot, but we don't see a lot in terms of identifying factors. It's all dreamscape. It's great though. And yeah, there's nothing really to stop you from experiencing Yumi Nikki. So I would definitely say it's worth an experience. Alright, now I just need to figure out where I'm gonna put it on the tier list. Yumi Nikki, where do you belong? I think probably somewhere in B tier. Because I did enjoy it, but it's also complicated, you know? It's very, like, very much just, like, very stylistic, and it's very good in that stylism. So it's gonna go low B for me. Because I had a very enjoyable experience while playing it, but it's not really the sort of game that I seek out. It doesn't have any story or characterization. It's definitely not a game that was like made for me, but I very much enjoyed the experience that it allowed me to have. It definitely took me in a direction where it's like, I would love if this art was on my wall sort of feel, as well as a, my gosh, all of these colors are giving me a headache. You know, it sort of, it went across the spectrum of like, I really enjoy this artwork versus this artwork is not for me. You gotta go. All good, JD. I appreciate you popping in. And I hope that you have a good day at work. We are just at the end as well, because Yumi Nikki was the last one to rank on the tier list for the year. Look at that! We've ranked everything that I've ever played on stream. Exciting! Jazz hands. Spirit fingers. Alright, so to go over the games that I added. So a lot of this list was stuff that I had already added from all the 3 years that I've been on Twitch. So the games that we've added for this year have been Hypnospace Outlaw, which held in at spot number 2, which meant that Pentiment still held strong as the key game. My favorite ever game that I have ever played has been Pentiment. So that's still holding strong at its number 1 spot, but Hypnospace Outlaw is a very, very close second. Very, very close. It's like scraping in by the skin of its teeth there. And then a little bit further down, we've got A Hat in Time, which is an excellent game. Would 100% recommend. you're gonna lurk for the rest of the stream and you're gonna make your own tier list soon. I think that's awesome. I'll definitely share this in this tier list in the Discord so that if people want to make their own version based on my games, they can as well. And then after Hat in Time, the next game we had was Spiritfarer, which again, game that I absolutely adored. Felt like it was for me. Would 100% recommend to other people. Would play again. All of the woods for Spiritfarer. And then after that, we had Mr. Potato Head Saves Veggie Valley, which we discussed was something that is like integral to who I am as a human being. It's part of the games of my childhood that made me the person I am today. And then In Stars in Time and Muppets Treasure Island, which are both at the bottom of the S tier. These are both games that I hold dear to my heart. In Stars in Time was excellent, such a good game, so many positive aspects to it. There was a little bit of a bit in the middle that I struggled with, but for the most part, this was an absolutely fabulous game. And honestly, the part that I struggled with could still be read as like in continuation with the story. It like fit with the themes. And then Muppets Treasure Island. It's a Muppets game. It's Muppets Treasure Island. It's full motion video. It's FMV game. It's fun. It still holds up. Video quality is amazing. Would be an excellent game for kids. Would love if they re-released this on Steam. So that I don't have to go through the complicated process of playing it on a Windows 98 emulator. Alrighty. Okay, and then on my A tier, the first one that I placed this year on the A tier was Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, which went between Lily's Well and Pass Within, so it's a high A. Absolutely incredible game. Not necessarily a game that I feel like is bespoke, but it's like a game that I feel like fits within the games that I like to play. Then the next game was Tangled Tower, which I put just after Her Stories. This is sort of top to middle A. This is a great detective game. It makes me want to play the other Detective Grimoire games. I love the location of Tangled Tower. I love how much like a Rusty Lake game it felt like. Absolutely incredible work. They did such a good job. The aesthetics were fantastic. The character designs were fantastic. I have basically no complaints about the game. I absolutely adored it. And I wanted to continue playing it basically forever. It's having such a fun time. And then the next game that I added this year was Strange Horticulture. This is around the mid-A tier list. Strange Horticulture is such a fun game. You get to categorize plants. You get to you know, choose your own adventure in terms of how you're going to deal with the beast that's attacking the town. Good stuff. And then Underground Blossom, the most recent that I'm aware of installment in the Rusty Lake series. If there's a more recent one, I'm not aware of it. I'll need to look into that. I love the way that it plays with time. I love that you learn more about Laura. I love the Rusty Lake games. They will always be in an A or an S tier for me, almost always. I'm not sure if I think that some of them might be a bit lower. I don't know. No. I think they're all in A or S tier. Fascinating. And then Witchwood, which is mid A tier. Very fun collecting game, crafting game. Good story, good character design, good aesthetics, good time. Never Alone, which is right next to Witchwood, mid A tier. Fantastic game, phenomenal use of like classic native Alaskan stories, and also informative stuff about that culture, the sort of special features, insight videos that they have there. I absolutely adored. It also is a optional co-op game, which is fantastic. I love that it's optional. I love that you can play it single player, but it works better if you play it like multiplayer in a co-op version. Fantastic game. Would recommend that to basically everybody I know. And then the next game that we placed this year was Perfect Apocalypse Patches Inferno, which is the third game in the Perfect Apocalypse series. These are a series of cute games that, you know, they're visual novels. This one's about the redemption of Patches, or it's about the ultimate revenge of Patches, depending on how you play it. This one has multiple potential endings, which is part of the reason why I love it so much. It's also just the most fun out of all of them. It allows you the most freedom. And then the next game that I sort of tiered down, and this is sort of getting towards the mid to low range of the A tier, is Dropsy. This one I placed right after Grim Fandango. This is a fun little cute game, point and click game. If you're into point and click games, you'd like Dropsy. It does sort of, it fits very well with my aesthetic of, like, you know, cute but creepy. It's a game that was on my to playlist for a while, and I finally got around to it in the past year. Do recommend. I had such a good time. I was surprised at how short it was, but I still really enjoyed it, and I liked how it got the story across without using overusing language. And then the next is the Perfect Apocalypse Love at First Bite, which is the first game in the series, where Olive the dog, it's the first game in the Perfect Apocalypse visual novel series. Olive the dog has to wait out the apocalypse where all of her classmates have been brutally murdered. And yeah, she's just trying to find somebody to, like, you know, hang out with her in the apocalypse. It's very cute. And then the next game that I placed this year was Whatever Land. So we're getting into sort of the low A tier area now. So this one is Alice in Wonderland, but like sort of a little bit to the left. Fun game. You get to choose whether you're going to be a good guy who helps out people or a bad guy that lies, steals, and cheats. And I was a good guy, so the fact that you get to choose those multiple options is fantastic. Had a great time with that one. The next one, and we're going right along to around the bottom of the A tier. Funnily enough, this one's The Bottom of the Well. This is another Alice in Wonderland themed game. This one's a visual novel, more heavy on the novel than the visual aspect. It's very text-based. It's sort of like a choose your own adventure type text-based game, where this girl Alice continuously is having dreams about the end of the world, like the nuclear apocalypse essentially descending on London, and like trying to survive and escape that. And as you play through the game, you can design your Alice to have different traits and different strengths and weaknesses to try to survive the apocalypse better. And you have to essentially replay the game several times to be able to get different endings and unlock different areas. And it's a lot of fun. And then moving along, we've also got Perfect Apocalypse. I forget what the tagline for this one is, but it's essentially the second game in the Perfect Apocalypse series. Purgatory Forever, that's right. This one's about Olive's birthday party happening, and during her birthday party, a zombie apocalypse happens at the same time. So it's about surviving and the zombie apocalypse and helping the zombies as well. Okay, and then next, right after that, is But You Seem Fine, which is a free web-based game on itch.io that I would highly recommend. It's free. You don't need to pay a thing for it. Just go on the website and play it. It's a visual novel. It's very short. It's very quick. I played it immediately after playing The Fall of Porcupine, and it perked me up because that game was so terrible. And it's about the healthcare system, but it's also from the patient's perspective this time. And it's about trying to get diagnosed with a condition that's chronic. It's an invisible disability, and nobody is believing you, and it's so hard. And you're going through all these tests, and it's about the bureaucracy of it, the wait times, the ableism from the medical field, the financial difficulties of going to all of these medical appointments and not being able to get answers because, you know, your tests are showing up nothing, and your symptoms are so vague but like so debilitating. Yeah, it's a really powerful narrative, and I think that if it was made into a fully fledged game, it would probably be in my S tier. And then we have Sally Face, which is a game that I've known about for a while. It's been on my playlist for a while. It's a good game. It's one that I would definitely recommend to other people. It is more depressing than I would like personally, but I also think that it fits with the game type it is. Alright, and then in our B tier, high B, we've got It Takes Two. Great little co-op game that I played with John. Had a fun time. And then later on down the list, in between West of Loathing and What Remains of Edith Finch, we put Birth, which is a very cute point-and-click game. It reminds me a lot of like the Rusty Lake style. It's a very sort of quick and cute and fun puzzle game. It's got that creepy and cute vibe that I love. Would recommend. And then around that mid-B range, we've got Lake, which is a fun little game about returning to your hometown and delivering mail and having a little bit of a love fling with one of two people. So yeah, that's a fun one. And then as we go on, what else did I put in here? Okay, so we got on the lower B tier now. Heartbound. So I've talked about my complicated feelings with Heartbound, but it's still a very good game. I just wish it was complete. And then we've got Papature, which is a very stylized game, but it's beautiful, but it does not have much content. And then we've got The Forest Quartet, which is a fun game, but also a little bit sad and depressing. It does deal with mental health. It's essentially about the ghost of a quartet member who helps out the other members of a quartet and helps them move on from her death. Yumi Nikki, we just discussed that. Abstract visual art stuff, not much plot, but it's still very good game, very good experience. Free on Steam, would recommend checking out. Okay, our C tier, we've got Children of Silent Town. I enjoyed the first part of this game and then absolutely got bogged down in the second part. And I think it sort of ruined my overall experience, because then it did pick up again in the third part, but that second part really ruined my overall experience, which is why it ended up going into C tier. Then we've got the Almost Gone. This one has an interesting premise of being somewhere between life and death and trying to figure out like stuff around your life. But I did not find that the plot was overly interesting, and I found the minimalist style of the game a little bit overwhelming, in that there was so little there. It was visually not the most interesting thing in the world. But I still had a lot of fun playing it. And then in that low C tier, I've got Daria's Inferno. It's just a fun game if you're a Daria fan, but it does not stand up on its own if you are not familiar with the series. And it's also got fairly janky controls, but that's somewhat understandable given how old of a game it is. And then Stray, which, while I didn't hate it, I had a fun time playing it. It does not work, in my opinion, as a cat game, and it's way too overhyped. And then in our D category, we've only really got one new addition, and that was Cat and the Ghostly Road, and that's a cute little point-and-click game. It was not as engaging as I would have wanted it to be. It was not what I was expecting. It was also very, very short. And then finally, our big F tier, the one tier that I had to add specifically because of this game, specifically because of how much this game outraged me, is The Fall of Porcupine. And I'm not going to talk on that anymore because I've already talked to death about it. So that's my tier list. If you would like to do this tier list, I will put the link in the Discord. And I'm also going to post my tier list in the Discord again. But yeah, that's it for now. That's the tier list. We've ranked all the games I've ever played on Twitch now in the one tier list. I had such a fantastic time. Thank you all you chill cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon for hanging out with me. I will be streaming again this weekend because on Saturday, because I'm doing something on Friday. But I appreciate everybody that popped in to wish me a happy anniversary. I hope that you'll have a wonderful day, night, whatever time zone it happens to be for you. We're going to find somebody to raid, and then we're going to end the stream. So let's see if we can find anybody. Oh, Caleb is online. We're gonna raid Caleb. So thank you all you chill cats, killer kittens, and variations thereupon. If you want to be involved in the raid, I'll post a raid message in the chat that you can copy and paste. But I'll catch you guys next time. When I'm playing something completely different that will go on next year's tier list. Bye!